Ed, thank you.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Start off by thanking the Creator for giving us another beautiful morning here. And I hope we have a good discussion here today. With that, I'll say it. Pray. I forgot to thank the Chiefs, council members, fellow elders, my good friend Debbie, and of course Cameron.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Mr. Doctor.
Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder, for the prayer. And so, Chiefs, proxies, elders, this is the annual general meeting of the Board of Chiefs of TCVI. And because of the pandemic, as I alluded to earlier, we were doing business just a touch different, as you can see. Under normal circumstances, what we do is we have all the technical advisors, knowledge holders. They come and present, and they also set up their booths. Morning, Chief, Elder, have a seat, please. They set up the booths, and then they present the PowerPoint presentations. But because of the extraordinary circumstances, we have to do business in this manner. And I'm going to go through the PowerPoints fairly quickly for the sake of time. But questions, we'll try and answer the questions as best as I can. Deb and I, we're going to sort of tag team a little bit. And if there's more definitive presentations required from each program, we can always do that later. Chiefs. So, and I apologize, I have to do my protocol. That's just the tobacco for the meeting today, because it's a meeting of the Chiefs today.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Chief Vern is here?
Yeah.
Okay. So today you have, all the Chiefs are here. Councillor Stan Houle is proxy for Whitefish, and he's always here, which is awesome. And Sheila from Heart Lake is on her way. She'll be late. And again, she's always been in attendance as well for Heart Lake. So the protocol of the Tribal Chiefs calls for 4 chiefs as quorum, but we do have 5 here. Chief Vern Watchmaker from Keewan is here. So we're going to proceed with the process. It is an interesting year because at the end, you'll see in the agenda, there will be a transitional phase. So, and with that transitional phase comes some additional responsibility for the chair, I guess. And also, with that, you will find additional responsibility of the TCVI Chiefs in that in January 2021, or somewhere thereabouts, and Chief Greg would have to correct me on this one, is one of you is going to have to take the role of the Grand Chief of Treaty 6 come January. So you're going to have to talk about this, debate it, and make a decision on that at that time. But in preparation, you should start thinking about that now. So just to let you know, because the Treaty 6 had a full-term contracted Grand Chief, which was Willie Lilchild, which we heard from yesterday. But during the caucus of the Treaty 6 chiefs, they reverted back to the rotation. So that's where it's TCVI's turn. There's your flyby already as well, see? We gave you a flyby right there, thanks to Chief Martin. So with that, we'll begin the process. Welcome to the AGM. Today's date, we start at 10:25, according to the prayer as well. So the agenda is before you. Those are the technician reports. Friendly amendment, Chief, is that we will add the education update. We'll move it up with the Chief Executive Officer's report. And that will be just a friendly addition to move it up, as well as Bill C-92, because we discussed that yesterday, but we'll still touch on it today. And so that'll be updated in the 2.0 category. And the respective, morning Chief, respective Dr. Aman Guhari will be introduced. Gari. I got it. Gari. Will be introduced by Chief Roger Martin. It's a presentation on addiction treatment by telehealth. And then we'll get into the afternoon business. Depending on how the time rolls, Chiefs, we'll get into that. And behind, there's still additional comments in the back. So we'll get into the business of the appointments, and then we'll get into the summer meeting schedule. On that note, we are recommending either a bit of a recess, so we can, in July, we're supposed to have July 2nd and July 30th. In August, it's supposed to be August 6th and August 27th. So the recommendation would be have July 2nd and July 6th as the meetings, and recess the 30th and 27th, or August 6th. Or we can do July 2nd and July 30th and recess the month of August. So that'd be up to the Chiefs. There will be a few motions that we have to go through throughout the process, and that's about it. Is there any additions to the, any other business? Moya? No? Okay, so just need a motion to approve the agenda as presented with the recommended changes, Chiefs. Chief Martin will make the motion. Second, Chief Watchmaker. Questions called. All in favor? Thank you. Motion carried. Thank you. So thank you, Chief. So elders, that's just you all know the process is just protocols, and I know there's retired chiefs in the room too. I want to acknowledge them as well. It's great to see that. Thank you, elders, and the council members that are here. It's good to see you. So we'll progress, and I'm going to try, and I was told by a couple of chiefs want to finish around 1 or 2 o'clock, so if that's really up to the chiefs. So I'm going to go through all these programs relatively quick because of again, in normal circumstances, just being repetitive, is that everybody would have been in the room presenting, but because of the COVID, we have to do business slightly different. So the technical reports, we'll go with health first. As you all know, the health advisor is Dale Steinhauer. And Deb, go ahead, please. And this program has always been with TCVI. Majority have been with TCVI, and this program is run, the funding comes from Indian Affairs through FNIB, because don't forget, Indian Affairs and FNIB are all one now. Back in the old days, FNIB and Indian Affairs used to be two separate entities, two different ministries. But with the Liberal government, they've joined them together. So it's Minister Miller that they all have to answer to now. Minister Miller from the Liberal government. So basically, in a nutshell, it's to report on health and participate in all realms of health, mental health, etc. And that's what Dale Steinhauer does. And especially right now with the COVID, he's been really busy, front and center with a lot of things with respect to the COVID, as well as you all chiefs are aware. He's been very busy with that, and it's still, I'm sure you're still affected by that because you still have your funding issues relative to the COVID and all that. So he looks after all the programs relative to health and mental health, and we also have some programs that we are progressing with. He guides the agencies with the goals, information generated to complete community health assessments, etc. He works as a team with the Tribal Council. He liaisons with all levels of government, the provincial government, the federal government, and even the municipal governments. And you'll see that as we progress in the presentation. So basically, day-to-day activities on health, the regional collaborative service model, what that means there is real quick, is it's the region here. They have a sit-down once a month, mostly at the St. Paul office, with the local health advisors, could be the municipalities, could be the provincial reps, and also the First Nation reps. And they just sit down and talk about issues relative to health in the entire area, in this treaty area here. That's really what that is. It's just a discussion on how they can work together. That's what that is. Partnership initiatives, he participates in many boards. And for example, HCOM, he does not participate there, but he sits as an advisor because that's a total different game. So he meets with all the local health directors. As a matter of fact, he's in Frog Lake today with Kestrel, the naloxone coordinator. We look after data, and that's data, for example, we are doing a review on HCOM, as you all know, and other activities such as the COVID, for example. I know this one's a little hard to read, and I apologize, but basically those are all the partnerships, chiefs, elders. Some of the elders would know, and I did mention there is a bit of a change because it's shifted a little bit. You have one minister now. So I don't know, but the RDG is Jamie Brown, and the FNIB lead is Rhonda Labocan. To my knowledge, they're supposed to be equal authority. That's how it works, even though there's still a bit of a power struggle that happens there at the Puzzle Palace. So in health, there's many institutions and that you always have to pay attention to, so to speak. So you got the First Nations Inuit Health Branch, I mentioned, Alberta Health Services, Covenant Health, YMCA Alberta. We had an agreement with them at one time, but we don't right now. Tribal Chiefs Employment and Training, Tribal Chiefs Education Foundation. It's an interactive approach. Diabetes Canada, as you all know, we do forums on a yearly basis on diabetes. Treaty Health Commission, for example, he liaises with them as well. The Alberta Health Chronic Condition, Disease and Prevention Management. Value Mental Health Committee, Alberta Sexually Transmitted and Blood-Borne Infections. I have to speak about this whether we like it or not, I apologize. The elders. National Health Committee on Adaptation to Health and Climate Change. But those are just some of the things that he does. And the next slide, Deb, which way am I going with this? I don't think I have that one. Yeah. So on this one here, the Melton Health Pathways. On the Mental Health Pathways document, we have a contractor, Denise Lambert. On this one, elders, chiefs, is to look at what programs are out there in this treaty area. For example, in Cold Lake, Lac La Biche, St. Paul, maybe even Lloydminster, to see what programs are out there off nation in which our people are perhaps being discriminated upon, for example. Could be the LGBTQ people, could be special needs people. So we're doing research on that to see if there's any abuse or discrimination happening there. And we do have a report coming from Denise Lambert that will be presented to the chiefs at a later date. And how this came about is because we had an issue, for example, at the St. Paul Hospital where they were actually locking up some of our people in rooms as opposed to facilities with issues with mental health. And let's be upfront, some of it's related to drug addictions, you know, the meth and all that. And that's how that came about. So we're doing our own research on this, and we did get funding from the government to do this. So that's number one. Number two, this one is, I touched on HCOM. HCOM is Health Co-Management. And you all know that TCVI has never been a signatory of Health Co-Management. Majority of the chiefs in Alberta are. In Treaty 6, it's the Six Nations of TCVI. Saddle Lake and Paul's First Nations are not part of HCOM. In Treaty 8, you got Capuino and Lesser Slave Lake that are Sawridge, to be specific, are not part of HCOM. So we are doing a review, and we got funded by FNIB as well on this. And the report was presented to the chiefs the last board meeting. So I don't know if you had a chance to even read this or even got your technicians to read this, but you do have that in your possession. Should you need another copy, just ask Deb and you'll get it. Maybe get your technicians to look at it very carefully. It's to review HCOM. So what deficiencies are in HCOM. For example, HCOM been in existence for about 23 years, and the way it works, elders and chiefs, council members, is we can go to the meetings, but we cannot vote, nor can we participate in the presentations unless we get permission to do so by the committee. The committee is comprised of chiefs and FNIB that's in a room. And Chief, go ahead, please, Chair.
Yep, I just got a question. Is that table still going or are they in recess?
That table is still going, Chief. As a matter of fact, they're involved in this COVID funding allocations and everything. So maybe at the next meeting, you might want to ask clarity, point of clarity to Rhonda Labucan on that. But go ahead, Chief.
I was just going to say that we should meet with them at the approach of the treaty, the medicine chest clause, because we're not part of that table for that reason.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we should have our own separate meeting.
Yeah. That's a good point, Chief, because one of the recommendations that come out through our contracted consultants, Justin Wong and Robert Breaker, Bobby Breaker, he actually did the HCOM review, I do believe, in 2015. So that's one of the reasons why we contract him, because he has the inside knowledge. And one of the things we're trying to do here is we want to review HCOM to see in these subcommittees, money flows through these subcommittees, could be $1 million, 500,000, or could be $3 million. And they make decisions. So how does the Six Nations of TCVI get allocated those monies? And let's be upfront, the Indian agent sitting there respecting the medicine chest clause is Rhonda Labucan. I don't like to use those words, but in reality, that's the truth. She is the Indian agent representing the medicine chest clause in that room. So she has a vote, and that's how the money gets allocated to yourselves. Is it fair? We don't know. So that's why we're doing this review. And I'm glad the board chair did mention this. One of the things that I've asked Dale Steinhauer to look at is we should have a separate mechanism of that sort of in line with what HCOM does. In other words, the Six Nations, the six chiefs, plus the two others, meaning Saddle Lake and Paul, and maybe even the two Treaty 8 chiefs, I don't know yet. But we should have a separate meeting with Rhonda Labucan before she goes to the HCOM meeting. Because that way, the chiefs sitting in the room, you give her direction and say, this is what we want from the HCOM meeting. And this is the allocations financially that we want. Because in that room, they also allocate for daycares, for example. And even buildings, if I remember, Deb, facilities, infrastructure, but you're not in the room. So you need to have a voice. You okay? And so any comments on that? So that's the process. And at some point, they are going to come to the nations and asking, and it might even come to this, chiefs, is you might want to even consider your own health commission. Think about that carefully. So we will present you options, no different than what we're going to do with education and child welfare. So you will be given options, and then you decide which door you want to go through. That's going to be the way it's going to be set up. Any comments on that? Any additional comments? Greg? Good? So that's just, I hope you all know that if people say HCOM, well, you know we're never part of it. Diabetes conference, this is, we had our, I think it was our third conference, Deb? Yes. We had our third diabetes conference. It was, I think it was a huge success. And we do this every year, and it's to continue on, because a lot of our people are affected by diabetes, and of course, cardiovascular, which is heart, sadly. And this is to educate our people, as well as to get them prepared for what's available for them and all that, in terms of funding, Medicare, healthcare, and all that kind of stuff. So that's ongoing, and again, we had a successful conference at the, what's the hotel again, Deb? For the diabetes conference? What was the hotel name?
Oh, it was at the Chateau.
Chateau. I apologize. Sometimes I forget too. COVID-19, Dale continues to do this. It's ongoing. I won't get into this too much because you're all immersed in this. First Nation Health, Medical Health, he's involved in this as a task group. The naloxone opioid project is ongoing. We have a PowerPoint coming up. So this one is, elders, is to educate all the staff, the people, on the drug abuse, and basically how to save people if you have to, injections if you have to, when there's overdoses on opioid and naloxone. So that's what that is to awareness, prevention, and even save lives if we have to. Nutrition, this one's ongoing. It's a prevention relative to cancer. In a nutshell, I think that's it for that one. It's pretty, I'm trying to go as quick as I can. I apologize. But don't be afraid to ask questions. But that information is there, and again, that program is funded through FNIB, Elders, Chiefs. So we'll go to the Jordan's Principle Early Years Project. On this one, we all know about the how this came about. This is decades of intervention by Cindy Blackstock, the AFN, the Chiefs, relative to Jordan River, who sadly died in care, special needs child. And for 10 years, Prime Minister Harper of the day refused to accept the court recommendations, and he fought this every year. But in 2015, when the Liberals got in, they had no objections to it whatsoever, and they went ahead. It went ahead with, federal appointed, court-appointed monies, and it continues to be the case. So the courts have a stake in this, so to speak. In other words, they hold the Liberals' feet to the fire through the court decision. And it's not without its challenges, but at the same time, in my view, for TCVI, I would say it's working excellent. We put in a proposal called Early Years, from age 2 to 6. And when we first started, we had 50 special needs children in there. And I can tell you right now, we are over 100 right now on age 2 to 6. And it's to help special needs children be successful in preparation to grade 1 and on. And it's really, really, really working, in my view, excellent. I really, really appreciate that move by the Chiefs to get this going. It goes right from purchasing special needs equipment for like hearing aids and all that kind of stuff. We even have that stuff purchased for the health centers now, the hearing tests and all that. So that's how this began. It's from 2 to 6. I won't get into all the finite stuff, Deb, so we'll just go ahead to the next early years project, please. So this early years project, again, just to reiterate, is mirrors the PUF program that the Alberta government does. And in the Munyao schools, they have this thing called the PUF program, and I can't remember what it's called again. Program unit funding is called. So the provincial government actually has this funding already off reserve. And it's sad to say this. Federal government or any government never funded this on reserve until the Jordan Principle came about. And it's sad. That's, to me, systemic racism, in my view, discrimination. Now, having said that, the program on the Alberta side, I'm told by the Harper's Premier Kenny's government, they're going to be phasing it out, the PUF program. So it's going to be interesting as we go down the road. If your children are on reserve but go to off-reserve school, they may not be afforded that anymore, but we may have to use our monies. But Chief, go ahead.
I just want to ask what the acronym stands for again.
Program unit funding.
Program unit funding, and that's how it's been in existence with the Alberta government, always, but never afforded to children on reserve.
So are we still testing our children's speech and hearing through that program?
Yes, Chief, yep.
So in Frog Lake, I know they had laid off Irene. So, I just wanted some clarity what TCV pays for that position. I think it was 500 a month.
Yeah, I'll have to double check with, was it 8? 800? We'll double check, but it's between 500 to 800 a month, yes. And plus we purchased the hearing equipment. So,
So, I'm just concerned because I think that's a position that's really needed in Frog
Yes.
Lake. And I told Karen and the band manager that it shouldn't have got to this position where she was laid off without even us knowing. Because we would have found a way to keep her employed.
yeah.
You know, when you look at all the young mothers of today who are using drugs and alcohol, our children are being born into this world. You know, we talk about the right of the children from yesterday, and some of these children are being brought into this world at already a disadvantage, because you know, how do we inform our young people? And that's what I was saying, that we should have a law, or there should be a customary law, that you're a child first before you become into a relationship and then a mother. We have to go back to teaching our people, our young children, the roles of a child, teenager, young woman, and so forth. Same with the young boy. We have to go back to the roles, because the role, it seems like, you know, we have a lot of young mothers and fathers, but they're not committed in a relationship. So these children, that could be part of the percentage of these kids that end up in care. You know, a lot of these numbers, we need to really look at it and break down. I just wanted to share that because that position is very important to us, and I just wanted to ask that question on clarity, how much the tribal chiefs does look after, because I want to keep her on, and I think it's important that we know what it costs. So I just wanted to share that.
Good, thank you. So, good question, because we'll have to do some internal discussions on that, Chief, because as you know, the Frog Lake Health Institution has their own incorporated organization. But we do have the monies, and we do send the money to all nations for a liaison for Jordan's early years project. Yeah, and then what happens is the health centers invoice us, and then we pay for that position. So that's a good point. We'll have that noted, Deb, and maybe get her name again from Chief Greg. Okay. So that's in essence how it works. So 2 to 6, and then we'll go to the next slide, Deb. So just to recap, so we have the money that we received. We have Carol Dion is the lead on this, and April Berard is her assistant. And we also have liaisons in every nation that we pay for. Some of them are working through education, some are working through health. Maybe that might be the avenue, Chief Greg. Maybe we need to put this lady through education. Maybe think about that.
And actually,
Yeah.
it is being invoiced from education,
So there you go.
so
We'll have a look at that. So this one has been funded, so we're progressing again. In essence, is to build identify the needs. We assess the children for all the multitude of issues that they may have, such as the hearing screens and all that. And then we do the supports. We do have psychologists and all that that actually do the assessments and all this for the children. So we have to do that first and then go from there. And then the capacity training happens. So the next slide, Deb. So basically that's how it works. The children are not just handpicked or here's a child helper. We do the assessments first. And then from there, based on the assessment, then the program is set up for them. And some of them could be from $5,000 to $20,000. It all depends on the child. So needs basis on this one, Chief, because some nations might have more children that are special needs than others. So on a needs basis, once the assessments are done. Yeah. That's a good point. Thank you. Questions? Continue. Chief Watchmaker.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, for key when we're taking on that treaty-based funding to education. So we're currently doing an assessment as of about a month ago. Like even for this age group, I think we identified over 100 children between 0 and 6 in our community. So, you know, I think when you start doing those assessments, they play a big, give you a big identifier as to how we're going to address it. But in terms of the Jordan's principle, I think it's doing its job. But I think for us, we wanted to grasp it's from all the way from daycare all the way to post-secondary. We're going to do a whole study on education from treaty-based stance. Because you heard it yesterday, they always say it's needs-based. Needs-based. Well, needs-based, if we really break it down, it's from what was owed to us. Even though we're not using it, it's still owed to us. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Chief. That's a good point. So don't forget what I said. It's based on assessments. So let's say the nations want their children assessed. Then we have a team led by Megan Stock, another consultant of ours. She has a team of people that are psychologists and everything that do the assessments of the children. So that's available for all of you, just let you know. And it's a good point because, and this will probably help answer your question on your the funding, Chief Martin, this slide right here. So what happens is we go from 2 to 6. That's what we're approved for. So now we have put in a proposal as mandated by the chiefs from 7 to 12. So that one is in the queue. We put it into Indian Affairs for a proposal, and we have not heard nothing yet. A young lady by the name of Mrs. Left Hand was actioned to do that, but for some reason she went on leave. Now we've been put with another person, so I don't think we're even going to have an answer till maybe September. And I'm really hopeful that we get funding for it. So in other words, some of the children from 2 to 6, especially the age 6, they've aged out. So from the aged out, they have now turned 7 or 8. They need funding to keep going. So that's what we're doing. And to Chief Watchmaker's point, which is great, this Jordan's principle, its age could be from 1 to age 18 plus. It was recently announced. So in other words, we are just doing we're just doing the beginning, meaning TCVI, age 2 to 6. If we're successful, we'll go to age 7 to 12. But each nation here, you can apply for additional funding for Jordan's principle. So let's say if Cold Lake or Kihiwan, you want to apply for age 13 to plus, you can do it. It's not too late. So look at that, please. If you, that allows the nations room to apply for your own funding for Jordan's principle. So look at that carefully. Barry, what's Barry's last name again? Deb. Sorry. Barry Phillips is the lead of the Jordan's Principles team right now, and that's the group that funds. And now they were supposed to have somebody located here in Cold Lake, Deb. I don't know if that was ever done by Jordan's Principle. Can we check that out, please?
Yes.
Just to confirm that?
And I can't remember her name.
Yeah. So that's how it works. So there is money there, just to recap. And the money, again, based on the children's assessments. So once the child is assessed and this child needs assistance, we help them. And it's not just the children, by the way. We also help the kukums and all that who are raising their grandchildren. So there's respite care as well. And on that note, we did purchase a special needs van for all nations. And we also have an extra one in St. Paul, used by the staff. So you have that, and plus we purchased some special needs playground equipment. So we're doing these kinds of things to help the children move along in their development. And the rest of them are just pictures, Deb, so you can just keep going on this one. Those are just pictures of the, go back to the other slide if you can. If you can't, don't worry about it.
That one there, it says, special needs vans, it says every community has a van.
Yeah,
Do we have one?
yes. I went to the health center. Yeah. Summer program, so this has been very successful too, by the way. So this year, Carol's been reaching out to some of your nations to see if we can host them, but respecting the situation. Each nation will have to make a decision how we're going to do this. I asked them to look at maybe interactive through social media as well, maybe perhaps something that we can do that way. But last 2 years, it's been sort of hands-on, and this one's been really good because we also invited parents and caregivers, such as the elders. So look at this carefully, and if you think that you can do this with social distancing while respecting the child, then let's look at it. So Carol Dion will be contacting all of you, if not already. I know we've done it in Cold Lake and everything, so Deb, I don't know where that's at. Okay, so that's Jordan's Principle. I'm trying to go quick, so I think we're okay. Chief? Yeah. So we'll go to residential school if there's no further questions. So the residential school, you all know this was again action by the federal government through courts. Prime Minister Harper of the day, we all saw his apology, whether it was real or legit or just processed. That's your decision when you saw that apology. But nonetheless, through that apology, nothing happened, and IRS, as it's called, the program continues to this day. And we have 3 staff members that help out with the Indian Residential School program. Yeah, something happened here. All right, Daniel, do your magic. So on this one here, so we have Doreen Waskowicz, who was equal, and we had Herb Stanley, but Herb Stanley left us in April because he wanted to go help out Frog Lake on the COVID situation. Position which is held by Doreen. So we have a position there for a male individual. So if anybody has any names that you want to submit to me, please submit the name to me.
How does that work on those claims? Because
Yeah.
when I'm talking about like personal experience,
Yeah.
my mother passed away in 2010. She passed away on the 22nd of January. Her claim, her divorce was on the 30th of that month. So she did all the paperwork, everything was good. She just had to do her final meeting or whatever, but she passed away.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I got stuck with a lawyer's bill for $4,000 and I had to pay, and there was no claim submitted or whatever. And then I get a letter from the same lawyer that charged me money saying that if she has a witness, because her sister went to school with her, and because of a witness, they could reopen that claim. So I was like, that kind of sounds like not believable, you know what I mean? I just thought, like, they burnt me for $4,000 already. I might as well just leave it as is, or should I relook it? Would these people be able to help me get some clarification on that?
That's a good point, Chief. Well, I'm going to get the people, our staff to start looking at this. Because if you're in transition, they should never stopped you. Because the difference is, my grandmother passed on 1998, and she couldn't qualify. But in your case, your mother passed on during transition. So,
Going for her final,
yeah.
she did all her paperwork, she did all her diligence, and she passed away on the 22nd, and her final interview with the government was on the 30th. So there was 8 days she passed away, so.
8 days.
Yeah,
No.
and then they just voided the claim altogether, which was, well, like I said, they voided the claim, I got stuck with the bill, and then I paid it, and we just left it as is. And then I get a letter from the lawyer stating that if her sisters or witnesses were to witness the, whatever, at the school, the abuse, whatever, she could reopen that file, refile that claim. So I was like, I don't know. I brought up my sisters, and they said, I don't know.
Be a decision that your family would make, but I mean, by virtue of, I would say respect, I wouldn't stop, because she's you got to look at it this way. I think is your mom, that's her.
Yeah, and then another thing, I don't want to get stuck on another $4,000 bill.
We'll look at it, and maybe we'll see what we could do.
Okay, thank
I'll
you.
get Doreen to check in, staff. And Elder Harry Watchmaker to my left is also part of the IRS team, and he does the protocols of to help the people affected, perhaps offer healing and all that kind of stuff, prayers and smudging and pipe ceremonies if need be. And we do all that. So on this one here, it's funded for another year. So the reality on this one, Chiefs, is it's funded year to year, and then 1 year we got it funded for 2 years. So this year now it's funded for another year. So it leaves uncertainty with the people working in this program, and I personally don't like it because I'd like to have surety as opposed to uncertainty. But that's how, and this is also funded through ISC. That's how it works. So when the time comes, Chiefs, I would ask if you could suddenly push Jamie Brown and his team saying this program needs to continue. Because you know what, IRS, the effects of our Indian residential school never stops. Oh yeah. It's carried by us, and it goes down to even your children, your grandchildren. It never stops. The effect is there. It's innate. It's, it doesn't matter what they say. But anyways, that's in a nutshell, that's what they do. It's they still provide all these support services to the students. Not the students, I apologize, to the people affected on that. Which one are you on? I can't see this one too good. Okay, so this one here, I think we're at the last page. Yeah, we are. But let's go to, real quick, I need to go to this one here. In addition, the team here, including Elder, we also look after the murdered and missing Indigenous women file. So on this one here, we did 3 forums on this one. The last one we did was at Beaver Lake, very well attended. Thank you, Beaver Lake, in this one. And our job is to advocate for the murdered and missing Indigenous women, but also for murdered and missing Indigenous people at large. Because you'll find, and this was actually confirmed, there's actually more missing Indigenous women, men I should say, in Canada than there is women. But we'll get to that at some point in history, I think, to pressure the government on that. But we provide the presentations, and we get the actual testimonials from affected family members. We even had some that are from, for example, Goodfish, where one of the elders came and spoke about his daughter was still missing, or never solved, I think, Stan. I can't remember his name, but I think his was east of Edmonton there, if I recall. And also we have, so this program is to continue the struggle of our lost sisters. And on this note, we are planning to have one more sometime this fall. But again, sadly, this funding was ending at the end of this month. But we still want to keep moving on it. Why the government decided to shut this program down, I don't know, but because it's still an outstanding issue. So, any comments on the in residential school or the murdered missing women? So Chief, we'll follow up on your, because I don't think in that stage, because you're already in process, it should never stop. Yeah. I feel bad about that. Maybe we'll talk to Willie Littlechild on this one too, Deb. Maybe he can help us out on this. Yeah. So good? Want to break or want to keep going? Brent, keep going? Why don't we just, if you want to break, just break on your own. We'll just keep moving. Is that okay? Good. So that, yeah. So we'll go to, this one will be fairly quick, the opioid, please. The opioid program and nutrition program, we have a LPN, as they call it, Kestrel D'Amato. She's doing this one here. This is our second year. We had a young lady by the name of Mrs. Potts that was doing this before. Can't remember her first name now. Tricia Potts. So this one here is to teach people on the opioid program and how to use naloxone as needed. And yeah, we're having fun. So, but nonetheless, you got the PowerPoints, which is great in your kits. This was, again, through the Chiefs, they wanted to educate the people that naloxone and opioid effects are on the nations, but also how to, should somebody, for example, overdose, how do we help the people that have overdosed? So we had some training on how to do the injections, and we did that, and we continue to do it. Health departments and whoever wants it, actually even schools or whoever. So we can do that training awareness to anyone really in the nation if you want, chiefs. Specific to health, could be anybody. Because I mean, what happen? What if somebody overdoses on meth or anything? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, because I know a lot of that meth and all that, what was that, Vancouver had more deaths in COVID in 1 month than all of Canada due to opiate overdose. With methanol and all that, a lot of the street drugs, you don't know what you're getting, and because of the COVID and the RCMP are not testing, so they're letting kind of everything run wild, which is a bad thing because we don't know what they're getting, so they think they're buying their pint or their jib or their meth, whatever, but it's literally late. Once they get a hit of that fentanyl, that's it. It's pretty well much game over unless you have naloxone close by.
Yeah, so that's why we provide that training, because anybody that's trained can use it, and you're also protected by the Good Samaritan Act in the province of Alberta. In other words, if somebody is, let's be upfront, convulsing people right there, you have a duty to help, and if that person is, you're covered under the Good Samaritan Act. In a situation like that, if you see it, you have to act. You're supposed to help. That's the protocol in Alberta.
Would that be good practice for chief and council of all nations to have that? Because, you know, usually we're first call, first
Yes.
on site.
I would say yes, Chief, and we can present that training. As we had that last year, and we actually had that training right at the boardroom, and the Chiefs, I think, he actually did the testing with the orange. And we can do that. We can ask Kestrel to do it. She did a presentation last week for Frog Lake, and now they're in Frog Lake today as well, doing a. So if you wanted, we can present it, Chief. Let us know.
Well, that'd be great.
Okay, and they'll teach you how to do it, and it's pretty simple once you get to know it. It's a self-injecting thing. It pops out.
A lot of things too with me. We don't know what's happening now with the COVID. Maybe with the second, that could be one of the mandates for our security guards that are working the gates to have that training. You never know who's coming in and stuff like that. So that's one thing Kelsey brought up. Thank you, Kelsey.
That's a good point. Deb, maybe can you capture that, please? I think to me, maybe all the security personnel that are working at the gates, I think they should be trained to use this. Because what if something happens there? I mean, we're seeing all sorts of things. There's even places where some people go right through, or there's altercations. There's all sorts of things going on. So it might be good practice for. Yep. It's everywhere. Oh boy, it's everywhere. It's really sad. So the last piece is we got nutrition as well, and we're also doing some nutrition programs for cancer prevention. So Kestrel also goes out and provides PowerPoint presentations on nutrition and what you should and shouldn't be eating to prevent cancer. Well, nobody can prevent absolutely cancer, but it's a prevention program to help maybe existing cancer patients or things of that nature. So she does that as well, so she can do those things at the same time, Deb. So that's about it on that, Chief. So we can go to the next one. So one thing to keep the elders engaged here, all these programs, like tribal councils are technicians and advisory services. So based on the Chiefs caucus and debate, based on funding availability, we apply for the funds as approved by the Chiefs, and then we progress. What we do is we don't accept monies. We always let the nations go first. And if there's times where funding approaches, that's what we do. And that's how this program continues. For the elders' sake, tribal councils across Canada did $500,000 a year. So after that, I might as well just cut to the chase. We pound it for additional dollars. In other words, we put in proposals. That's how it works. We did put a resolution in at the AFN about 2 years ago, I do believe, or 3 years, I think, Chief Watchmaker, asking for additional funding to be reinstated by the Liberal government because it was shut down by the Conservatives, and that money by large went to the friendship centers under Harper's regime. So now there is a resolution at the AFN requesting that the funding be reinstated at where it was several years ago. For example, this tribal council, I think, was funded for about $1 million a year, and then they got cut down to $500,000. The other tribal council I was at, they were funded well over $2 million, and they got funded to $500,000. So after that, you gotta use your ingenuity to find opportunities out there that'll help the nations. So we'll quickly we'll go to this one? Okay. So at the Indian Registry Administration, Indian Registry, this one here is, again, was mandated by the chiefs to work together on this one to help with the Indian Registry in this program. So the TCVI Registry Office is open Monday to Wednesday from 1 to 4. Kathleen Hunter is the lady that is managing this now. We recently hired her about 6 months ago, I think. March. 3 months ago, I apologize. Kathleen is from Sad Lake, but she has previous experience, and she did work in Edmonton on the registry office. So she has a lot of experience on this. She can tell you about Section 61A, 51A, 51B, and all that. All the classifications of who you are. I hate to say this. Sitting here, I'm going to be honest, I don't even know what I am. I think I'm a 6'1" something. And that's something that's really important, and yet I don't even definitively know what I am. And why I'm saying this is very important is because during the Harper regime, they were trying to transition us eventually out of being a treaty Indian. So one has to be very mindful of this. Always double check your registry because you need to know what category your people are in, because they might eventually get numbered out. I hate to say this, but it's true. So on this one here, if you want, we can which we did before, but if you want, we can come and do a presentation on this specific and how it works. It'll outline where you are and how the numbers start to change. And Kathleen can do that presentation, and we can also ask Philippe or Es to come with us if you want. So this program is provided for Heart Lake, Beaver Lake, Kehewan, and Coal Lake. Frog Lake does their own registry, but we still help them as well, Chief Greg. And Whitefish, Stan, you guys are starting to set up your own program. But we will still help with the transition. So during the COVID, as you recall, Chiefs, they shut this program down, ISK, but we still have about 20 cards available or more. So what I told Kathleen is if anybody needs cards, we can still do them, and that's the pink one, the pink card, because there are 2 cards. So that we are still doing. And what I told Kathleen is maybe futuristically, depending on the pandemic situation, not only should we go and do the presentation to the nations. In the case of Heart Lake, for example, they ask if we can come there once every 6 months to come and do one at their nation. And we said we would because of the distance. So just maybe catalog that, please, Deb. So we said we would do that. But go ahead. That's a good point. The pink card is your basic card. But go to that, please, Deb. The pink card is your basic card that we do at the office in St. Paul. In other words, Kathleen is authorized by ISK to do these cards. She can do these cards, pick the picture, sign them off, laminate them, and give them to you that day. She can still, and that one is just, you can only use that within Canada. The difference between that and the white card is the white card is much more detailed. We still do that at our office, but after it's complete, we cannot issue that card. That has to go back to ISK. Then they do all their administrative work, and then they send it out.
So this red card, there's no expiry date on it?
No, there's an expiry date on it.
You're expired?
Yeah, then you're expired and you gotta do it over again. The other one also has a timeline, but it's 10 years. The white card has 10 years. The difference with that and the white card is the white card you can actually use to go across the border, for example. So in other words, if you're gonna go to Montana, if you have the white card, you can cross the border with it.
Can you put more beef per se, like more proof on your cards if you're an active J treaty along it? Something like Cloudner, so all of us here are American citizens, someone J treaty law. So if you were to say this card represents and honors the J treaty law or something, we could actually use it.
Yeah, I follow you on that. That will require political debate, probably at the AFN level. Pink card still works, but the white card is more certified, I guess, if you will. I hate to use that word, but I know they actually tried several years ago. They actually tried on a pilot project. They actually tried a white card similar to this, led by Treaty 7, and with it was they tried to amalgamate this card with your white card there, the GST card. Yeah, but it didn't work. So that's a good question. I don't know if you can have both cards or not. I don't know. I've never tried that. I think that's the best answer I can give you. That's the only difference is that this white card allows you more access to go through the border, is what I'm told. And it's also a 10-year card. The only thing I'm told on this one, which I've never proven, is if you start to get to the border, my understanding is it has a chip in it. So start to beep, 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 and they already know you're coming. That's what I heard. I can't prove it, but that's what I heard. I've never taken the card apart.
Hello?
Moya, not at this time. They don't. And again, that requires political push. I think this thing here, in my view, Chiefs has outstanding issues, and you touched on it. And it needs, I think we could do this with a lot more teeth and authority, in my view.
Yeah. One of the biggest treaties in Canada, people in all of it, right across Treaty 6.
Yeah, Treaty 6. Treaty 6 is one of the bigger memberships because you have Treaty 6 in Saskatchewan. But believe it or not, there is an adhesion. There is actually, I think, at least 2 nations in Manitoba that are listed as Treaty 6 organizations. I don't know, for some reason, they wanted to be part of Treaty 6. I don't know what happened, but that's what happened. That's true. But they are, and Treaty 8 is one of the bigger ones because Treaty 8 goes into Saskatchewan, NWT, and British Columbia. But the Chief Watchmaker?
No, you're done?
Okay, thank you, Chief. The funding comes from, the one we got comes from ISK, and it's very minimal. We've been asking for increases because there's now more work than ever before. So we're still negotiating that.
Yeah, just to answer to Counselor there, I think it's Stephen Nichols is his name, eh?
Yes, Stephen Nichols.
We asked him how much it was. He said it was $17 per member to manage the registry. So whatever your population you have, times $17, that's what you would have for the year to manage that registry, which is never enough. I don't know how they even came up with that number. But I just wanted to point out, like down east, I know in the Mohawks, they did their own passport. And even with the status card, it says certificate of status. 1951 that's when it changed. So before it used to be treaty card.
That's right.
And I think that's one thing we should, even if it comes from here, having a Treaty 6 card rather than a status card. Because I think a lot of, we still have a lot of members that were born before 51. Are they the real treaty Indians? Or is it after 51 that we start changing that and creating our own, reasserting ourselves as treaty cardholders? But that's something, it's been a long debate. Just wanted to maybe do a reminder of it. And the other thing is, right now, many of us tribal chiefs, First Nations or Cree Nations are Section 11 nations. And that plays a big part. And I was always dead set against it because when we're Section 11 bands, INAC determines who our members are, not us, not our leadership, our elders. But if you're still under that, I guess that unit, Section 10, nations still have that ability to determine who their members are. I think that's a very contentious issue. And it's no prejudice against people that want to have lineage to a First Nation. And then the reason why I bring it up, there's legal, what do you call that? Legal,
Case law.
yeah, case law that can happen, meaning somebody who've been reinstated through S1. That's why you had the meeting here back in January.
Mm-hmm. That's right, yeah.
People that are being reinstated, they're mad because they never got anything all these years. Now they're reinstated. They want something, and they'll put a lawsuit against the nation. And I'll speak about Kihiwin. We already have two families that are suing us. They want loss of monies, loss of revenue, whatever. But it wasn't us that removed them. It was Canada that removed them. So why are we picking up the legal fees for a lawyer? If anything, it should be the government that's compensating of some sort, not the nation. It's creating a big animosity. It's going to get bigger. It's just a start. And I think we really need to pay close attention. And like I said before, no offense, a lot of these members haven't even stepped foot on the reserve. If they want to be our nation members, they should participate in our community events, Only once we invited a family to come out. I think there were 7 of them. And we invited them to a meeting. Only 2 of them showed up. But we had a good meeting. We were able to talk and kind of figure out who they were related to. But they lived all over Alberta. And that's what I mean. A lot of them, we have a lot of people that have some sort of lineage to the community. But they're upset, they're mad. You know, it shouldn't be against the leadership. It should be against the government. The government created this whole mess. And I think we have the ability to reassert who we are as Treaty 6 people. But we should have that, and they talked about it yesterday, we have the inherent right. We never gave up the way we govern ourselves. And that's including membership, that's including registry. That's, I think we keep running back to the person that created the problem, which is the government. And we're never gonna get a good answer if we keep going back to them. I think we have the answer in our own communities. And it's a very hard issue to talk about because everybody's related to somebody who's not registered to a band. And but if they're being reinstated, that's just word of caution that I'm just letting know the other nations. I just told INAC, I'm just going to send you my legal bills because you're taking away from our program dollars, you're taking away from our funding, which is for our nation members to battle this one. And you guys created this. I'll just send you my legal bills. They didn't say a word, of course. But I just wanted to speak on how important we're going to have to maybe look into this further. I don't know, as TCVI, because I know it's always been Section 11 since the 80s, I think. But there was a reasoning behind that strategy, but I can't remember. I was probably in elementary. But I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So we'll go to Chief Anderson.
Good morning, Kakio. Nanaskamo, Kistia, Kautinamaguya, Kixing. My question is, or my concern, is our registry. The health center needed the registry because that's how they keep count of people through their through the health, right? I guess for data. So they're not allowed to have the registry. So I thought I was allowed to have the registry, copy of it. But I was told, no, I can't have it. So I said, well, who can have it? And our clerk told us, well, you have to phone INAC to get permission to get this registry. So I said, well, phone him, tell him I want that registry. And she said, there's never any answer. So it's no point in that too. And we voted for Section 10, but we're nowhere the first step towards it. And also registry, there's some, the siblings, same family, and they got different classifications. Same family, same father, same mother. That's the problems we're experiencing. Hey.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's true. Just to let everybody know, we did have actually 2 presentations by ISK since I've been here. We had one, Jamie Nichols actually presented to the chiefs, and then we had the second one right here, more open to all the citizens of the 6 nations for more comprehensive presentations. You are right, Chiefs, in my view, there's still a lot of outstanding issues when it comes down to membership and registration. I'll just give you an examples, and maybe, Chief, I could add to your friendly supplement to your presentations. Indian Affairs holds the registration list, and they won't give it to you. They'll cite privacy law. In other words, to my knowledge, no nation holds that list in their possession. In Indian Affairs, they hold two lists. One is registration, one is membership. So a nation could have their own membership list, but that membership list will not mirror what Indian Affairs has as registration list. So you might have a membership list here in Cold Lake, for example, but all of a sudden you'll get a call from ISK that you have a member, say in Ontario, that they're coming home, and you don't even have it on your list. So who is this person? No idea. So that's always been an issue, and maybe at some point I would recommend maybe this should be put on the agenda, maybe with Treaty 6 Chiefs.
We just ran into that situation.
Oh, there we go.
A couple weeks ago, we were looking for a family. We found out who this lady was, Ontario. She was a part of that 60 scoop. So when the 60 scoop kids came, they were taken away. Now these people find out there is about a family of band members, like he said, want to know where they were, and they were from Ontario. And then we searched high and low. We asked who these people were. Kind of found out which clan they came from.
So you're going to get into that, and just just 1 second.
And
You go ahead.
divorce, some of our members, every other nation members know that they get married, now they're registered here, they get divorced, and say the member gets married again, they can't be here because they're still, I know the ex-spouse doesn't want to release her name or change her last name. So it's just a big defunct whatever, with an Indian status as the answer. Like, what do we do in those kind of situations? Like, say they belong to Good Fish, but they're registered here because of marriage. And they get divorced, but they try to be frustrated and they still want to be members here, but the ex-spouse wants them to get rid of their name and all affiliate and whatnot,
You're going to run into all those things, because in a case, let's say in your case, if you're under the Indian Act, then you got to comply to that. But if you have your own customary membership code, then you can make your changes. But you'll still run into an issue that Indian Affairs still has their separate own registry list. It's stupid, but that's how it works.
What if it was a white woman? What if it was a white woman, You're still an Indian, but they're divorced.
Again, it goes back to Indian, because if you're under the Indian Act, you still got to comply. I hate to say that. So how this came about too, real quick, I'll touch on real quick, is Bill S3, the additional case that was called. Remember that? We did presentations on that several times now. That goes all the way back to the additional case. That was the biggest thing that really, that originated out of Quebec. And bottom line is, you have to accept people that say that they're part of any nation around the room, all the way back to 1951. The definition of how to prove that has never been very clear, so that's where you as a nation are going to have to set your parameters. In some cases, it goes all the way back to DNA testing. That's really your decision. So that's the issue. That's how that happened. And on the issue of, the other one that I want to touch on was Chief Watchmaker brought it up, is the cases in court. I'll use Daniel's case as an example, and that's why I think this whole thing about the status cards needs review. And I think we as nation treaty people, we need to push hard to move it back to not a status card, but a treaty card. And why you want to do that, Chief Elders, is because under the Daniels case that was recently done about 3 years ago, maybe less, the Métis won this court case federally. So the Métis are now, those that want to, can be registered Indians. So they too will get a card just like this, and they can be, their Indian status card. So there's no differentiation now. So that's why more so now, today, you need to go into treaty card. So those are just points on this, and good discussion on this, because this is outstanding issues, chiefs. Something you might want to push through, I'd say maybe at the Treaty 6 gatherings as a resolution, and then to the AOTC gatherings of the chiefs of Alberta. And then finally, my recommendation is push a further resolution to the AFN that they start to need to do some changes on this whole system. Because otherwise, your brother and sister Métis are now status Indian, they're going to carry this card. So I don't know how that works. Do they not pay tax and all that? I don't know. It's interesting stuff. So that's good points. And just think about all these things when you're debating and talking about bringing people in. And don't forget, under the biggest thing under Bill S3, for the people coming back all the way to 1951, the biggest issue was there's no funding attached to it. So if they want to come back, they're going to say, I want a house. They're going to come back and say, I want education, everything. If you look at your budgets, you have no increase by Indian Affairs, Moya, nothing. So just keep that in mind. So thank you, and please.
There's some meetings that, some of the meetings are talking about treaty cards for each nation. I don't know. Where's that?
Maybe that one, Elder, that might be some discussion that maybe treaties 1 to 11. But somewhere, the point is, somewhere, somehow, we got to get the ball rolling. And I'm recommending through resolutions, through Treaty 6 chiefs, and then AOTC, which is the Alberta chiefs, and then to the AFN. Because you got to have it systematic, and then we got to bring it to the ear of the government of the day through the resolution process. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So, rolling right along, I think, pretty quick. So if you need to, Elder, please.
Can I ask?
Yes, yes.
Okay, years ago, I used to go to the U.S., and I used my status card. I used my status card to get across rather than my, what do you call, a passport. And I don't know what year it was. They said you'll have to get your treaty card updated. Mm-hmm. So I went to Indian Affairs and I had to bring my picture and etc. Got my my status card, and it's got an expiry date on it in 23. So what happens at my age? Maybe my mind won't be in 1923, maybe, or 1820, or 2023. See, it's already gone. 2023, maybe my mind won't be here. So what happens? Do I expire at that time? Am I no longer a native?
That's a good
Aboriginal?
point. That's a good point. I don't have the answer.
Okay.
And that is a good point. We'll register that maybe for the next presentation that we present on this. I think this year, my recommendation to Chiefs is we'll do another presentation on membership. And that's a good question. We'll log that.
Thank you.
Because I know one thing, like during the COVID, they're not providing any cards right now. And what Indian Affairs said is use the card that you have, even though it's expired, they'll recognize it. But if you go to a store and they say it's expired, they're not going to recognize it. Because it did happen already. They said, no, we're not going to recognize it, your card's expired. Because what happens, I think what happened in this case was, there was a gentleman trying to buy a vehicle, and then he went to get the card to the exemption, and the dealer would not accept the card because it said it's expired. So I don't, in that case, I don't know what happened, but that's a good point. So when your card expires, do you expire? That's the question. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they said, but during that time, the dealer wouldn't accept the card. Yeah. So can we, let's see, it's 11:45. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I still got 6 to go. So can I put a pause on the presentations? We'll stop right here. And I think we're halfway through, elders, chiefs. So if I could, I'll put a pause on it. And what we'll do is, Chief Roger, I see your guests are here. Yes. So what we'll do is we're going to give the mic to you, and then you can hand the mic to the respective guests we have here today. And we're going to open the presentation by the chief with respect to the doctor and two doctors, perhaps? Okay, awesome. So I'm going to put this in your domain, Chief.
Dr. Nogari and Dr. Abu have been working with the nation for over a year now. Yeah. They both specialize in drug treatment and addiction. There is a lot of physicians out there, but only if from north of Edmonton to probably Saskatoon, there's only 2 doctors that specialize in drug treatments and addiction, and we have them in Coal Lake. And they've been working diligently with the nation, and they want to provide the services for the First Nations people. Not only do they work with us, but they also work with family physicians. They've seen the mistreatment of our people, and the injustice done to us. So that's why they stepped forth, came forth and worked with us to help curb our drug, because every nation deals with the drug pandemic. So they like to promote and a more healthy living and a more knowledgeable for the community and our health center workers. So with that said, I'll let you take over. Introduce themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Aboud. Hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Aboud. And I'm Dr. Gowrie. So I may have met quite a few of you because I've been working with the nation. I may have spoken to quite a few of you on the phone. I'm just going to make this as short as possible. I wanted to talk with each individual leader from the nations in our surrounding communities, because I was sure that there was Greg and the other guys from Cahiwin and Saddle Lake. Saddle Lake's not here. So it's Frog Lake and Saddle Lake and Cahiwin. Yeah. Frog Lake's Saddle Lake's not here.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the point of clarity, Doctor, thank you for coming. So the TCBI Nation chiefs are Heart Lake,
Okay.
Frog Lake, Cahiwin, Whitefish First Nation, Beaver Lake First Nations, Coal Lake.
Coal Lake. So I'm the people I'm mentioning are the ones I've had some kind of contact with.
Good.
Okay. So it has been Frog Lake, I think Cahiwin and Saddle Lake. I've spoken to the chiefs from those nations. The reason I'm mentioning this is because I know that there's some concerns, especially in Frog Lake and Cahiwin, with addiction issues and mental health. And so what we're proposing at the moment is that we've formed a service where we're able to provide care quite holistically, both for addictions and for mental health. So the good news is recently we've managed to tie in a psychiatrist as well, who's going to work with us. He's out of St. Paul, but we've set up a model that we can do telepsychiatry consultations. So we worked with the federal government to set up telehealth services. So as far as I understand, we have telehealth available at every one of the nations. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. So using the existing network that you have, we will be able to liaise with you guys in regards to setting up appointments with both ourselves and with the psychiatrist. So both addictions and mental health can be looked at from, and I know this is a huge problem on the nation, okay? The addictions at the moment are going through the roof, okay? The issues we have right now are not just with fentanyl and opiates, the issues are with methamphetamine. At this moment in time, we have a scourge right now with methamphetamine and bath salts, and I have been seeing a lot of patients with that right now with the tainted levels of meth that they've got. So we're looking to provide treatment options. We have tied in, as I said, we provide everything together. Now, the issue has come with transportation. And we really need help for some of our patients who we can't do with telehealth to be transported to our clinic on a regular basis to be reviewed. Okay? If people don't get that transportation, they fall through the cracks. We don't actually see them getting their medications. We need to control what goes in and out of the nation. If we don't control the prescriptions that are going out in and out, a lot of those prescriptions are sold off to help make illicit drugs. And we need to have some kind of say in how that happens. Now, each individual nation is welcome to contact myself or Dr. Aboud, and we can actually discuss a plan for that nation. But if you want to see that you're actually tackling the addiction and mental health problem that is actually on the nation, we ask you to engage with us so that we can actually help provide a solution that's tailored to you. Okay? Because it's not just a one-size-fits-all. We realize that everyone's nation and everyone's situation is different. So we want to meet with the leaders of the particular nations so that they sit down with me and tell me, hey, this is what I need, this is what our problem is, and then we sit down with you and we try and form a solution. It's not as if we're not busy. We're really busy. But we also know that our emergency room attendances come from our surrounding indigenous communities, and a lot of them are affected by drugs and alcohol. Okay? Now, a lot of people sit and talk to me about treatment. They talk about this treatment center and this treatment center and going into rehab. Up until last count, a lot of your rehabs, the ones that patients are getting sent to, are not even actually federally approved. They haven't actually been looked at. So I get patients who come to me with paperwork and say, can you please fill in this medical for a rehab unit? I don't know what happens at these rehab units. They're not standardized. And as far as Jacqueline from NIHB, I spoke to her recently, she said they're still waiting to be standardized. So I don't know what's happening. So rehab is not always this answer that you think it is. But the thing that we can do is we can access treatment and therapy through us. And that's why I tied in a psychiatrist as well, okay? He's one of the new guys who's come into town, and he happens to be a friend of mine, and he's happy to help, and so we have access to that service too. I'm gonna ask to tailor a service from all the communities, but transportation is gonna be a big one. I want to be able to say that you guys invest in the infrastructure of setting up a service, because no other communities have this kind of service available, tailored to them, that's not come through federal. This is something that we're doing because this is what we enjoy doing. And it's, the cost outlay is minimal. It is a question of how we provide help. This is all billed through Alberta Health Services, et cetera, so there's not like they'd be paying for private staff or anything like that. It uses the existing infrastructure of your telehealth services, okay? It just requires organization. Okay? So it's not that it's not a cost-effective model. The only thing at cost will be, because we will be doing tailored drug delivery, medications will be monitored and managed in person or remotely, and that those drugs are going to be dispensed from your health hubs. So that, the person who goes out and gets the T3s or the Oxys or the other drugs from whatever pharmacy or whatever, they don't get onto reserve, because those are not being taken by the grandma or the mother. They're being sold, okay? And those are being sold and they're being sold for meth. They're being sold and they're used in the concoctions that they use for meth. When you talk about mental health, please always remember, when our people don't get mental health treatment, what they look for is drugs. They look for drugs because they take away the anguish of the mental health torture that they're suffering. So that addictions and mental health are related, totally. So you may think, oh, we don't have an addiction issue. But if if the people on your reserve are not being treated for their mental health, the first thing they do is go and use drugs and alcohol. So I ask you all to contact us individually, myself or Dr. Aboud, from each of your nations, so that we can provide a tailored solution to you. Okay? Do you want anything to add?
Yes. Well, thank you for having us here today. The other thing I would like to mention is for the best part of last year, we've already been working with Cold Lake First Nation, and it's worth contacting the health center here, particularly the nurses and staff that's already been working with us, to get an idea how they've been coordinating our services and how they getting the patients booked in, how they're getting in touch with us. Because that same model can potentially apply to the other nations as well, if they have health centers based on their on the reserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to add to that, the health centers on the reserve, as I said, they all have the telehealth facility. So we have it all, actually have it on our cell phones. Okay, I can call a patient, and how we've worked it is, if you ask, I mean, I don't know if Roger knows too much of the intricacies of it, but if you ask the girls at the Health First Nation, they call us, I can see someone the next day. Okay, that kind of stuff doesn't happen very often in rural Alberta. All right, so you call us, you let it know, we can see people the next day. And it's convenient because they don't have to travel for that. They can go and just sit in the health hub, and we book it. We can do it off our cell phones. So that kind of helps us have rapid access. Does anyone have any questions?
I got a few questions. Maybe the Chief Watchmaker, please, first. While the mic's moving, for some reason, did you not come present at our forum, Deb? Yes, you have in Edmonton. So I recognize you. Thank you for. Yeah, I think you're right. You did a presentation for us, the diabetes forum. Yes. So I remember faces. Pretty good. Thank you. So Chief Watchmaker.
Thank you, Dr. Gary and Dr. Abu. Yeah. No, I guess my question would be, the program is based on, I guess, potential patients that are willing to be in the program. That's my question is, there's quite a few that are not willing to be coming out of their situation. For example, I won't say any names. I had a call from a mother yesterday trying to get I don't know what it was called, Form 10. Mandatory, taking them to the St. Paul office there for mental health. This young man was. I'm
sorry, I'm just going to move towards you, then I can keep my arms on the mic. That's all.
Yeah. So this young man was trying to burn his mattress in his room, and so she was basically crying to me because he's not willing to get any treatment, and trying to see if there's any mandatory way we can get her son treatment, because he's not willing to, but he's going to cause harm maybe to himself or to the family that's living in that house. It almost happened because he set his mattress on fire. And that's my question is, this program, because you have to go to the court to get that mandatory form to get somebody admitted. Is that an option? Because we have quite a few of them. A lot of them. Yeah.
I can just answer that really quickly. That Form 10 is different to what we do, which is a Form 1. Okay? A Form 1 I can do on somebody for 48 hours and hold them because they're in that situation. So as a doctor, I can do that Form 1. There is strict criteria for it. However, we can do that. The issue comes is you can't force somebody to get treatment for a drug addiction unless they want to. And being part of that service, the person has to actually want to get treatment. When they get the mental health breakdown, as it sounds like this person had, when they were burning their mattress, they're already way too far gone, right? They need psychiatric input, okay? They need a psychiatrist, they may need a period of admission into hospital. We want to help you before that happens. Now, getting somebody in front of us on a screen, because, I still know that culturally, grandma or mum can force the guy to come in front of us in a screen. We can at least see him, right? But the reality is to actually get involved with treatment, we can't force that unless they get to the stage like you're saying. When they get to that stage, yes, it can be forced, but they normally need to see a psychiatrist. We can put a Form 1 on them, yeah, and then the RCMP have the power to transport them to the nearest psychiatric facility. You don't have to go to court for that. Being part of the program, though, for myself and Dr. Aboud, the important thing is that we get to see them before that stuff happens. Not just for the addictions, and I put that in place, for mental health too. So what's happened with this young man is likely a combination of both addictions and mental health. And if somebody would have seen him for his mental health and you had access to that service beforehand, this may not have happened. And so what I'm trying to kind of get across to you guys is, if you look at the people and you make it very public that we have this service now available, anyone with concerns can bring their son before that happens. My experience with Cold Lake First Nations is that we have had many people come and visit us and see us before things got to that stage, because we were offering that service on site, okay? And we built relationships there. And that's what we plan to do wherever we go, so that we're well known for what we do, and that we're well known to be approachable and easy to talk to. And just remember, this is a no judgment thing that we do. We're not sitting there on our silver ivory towers and looking down on, we're there to help them. And if they screw up and go back, or we will always welcome them back to come back again. It's not a question like that, oh, you got off the plane. So we're looking to help people. And the earlier you get them to that help, the better. Okay, so it's not, when it goes so far, I would rather see them before. So when grandma or mum's worried about them, you know, before it gets to the mattress burning stage, he's sitting in front of me at he doesn't have to travel 2 hours to the emerge, sits in the medical center, sees me, I start him on medications, yeah? They get delivered to him, yeah? Okay, and we know the compliance then of the medication, so we know he's taking them, because grandma, mum, whoever's involved, in giving replacement therapy, yeah? We've even started replacement therapy for methamphetamine use now. So we're using pretty cutting edge stuff. So there is hope, we can do stuff. We just need people to buy into what we're doing.
Okay. Thank you. All right, and I guess the second part would be aftercare. The reason why, like you said, people's mental health and why they go into that direction is to get away from that situation. If they go through the treatment, aftercare, they're going back to the same environment. I think that plays a big part in why a lot of people relapse, and we really seriously, even including culture, ceremony as the aftercare, I see it as a big plus. But like you said, it's each nation would probably tailor it to its own.
I'll let Dr. Abudov answer that, but the reality is, in terms of aftercare, if there's anything else to add from him, but in terms of aftercare, we're not leaving you after you've started treatment. We carry on seeing you.
Yeah.
That's that we're not going to say, hey, you're fine, you're fine. If you have a mental health issue, if we're keeping you on medications for your mental health, we want to actually integrate. I know that First Nations are very keen followers of alternative and holistic therapies that come from the nation itself. We want to integrate that stuff too. We want to learn about it, and we want to integrate it too. So whatever is done on the nation as well, we want to integrate that too. And so we have solutions that we want to offer to each one of the nations individually. It's to do with distance from our hub. It's to do with access to patients. We want to be able to, and this is one of the things that we were doing. So when you talk about aftercare, what we want to do is we want to work with the nation so that you guys can provide, so between all of you, you'll create what they call a support and outreach team. And it will take some people individually from your nation who will work under an umbrella, and they will call each of these patients individually to see how they're doing. So there's always a follow-up. And whenever they need access to us, guess what? They have access. So it's not that we're gonna hold their hand and then let go. No, we continue to follow them. It's a continual thing. It's not just like rehab, you go back, you're done. It's a continual thing. We will always be available. That's what it is. That's what we're trying to say. It's a continuing process. Is there anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, basically, we would like to complement the existing services. You know, right now it's quite disjointed. It's like a jigsaw. You kind of have to find your way through the puzzle, and we like to kind of connect the dots here. So, you know, people going into rehab, that's great. Okay, but what happens after it? You know, what's the medical care after that? Because usually they go into rehab, which is great for detoxing. They get counseling, they get support, they get a period of a break. But then what happens afterward? Okay, so we would like to kind of connect the joints here. We're not trying to replace everything that exists. Okay, we just want to complement what exists and build on that.
Thank you. Do you want to just ask a minute? I'm just going to go to the clinic and I'm going to put my card. I've got a load of cards because this man was just mouthing cards to me. Okay.
Got a question from the chief here? Yeah, right there. Question from the chief? Yeah. you want to wait for him? Do you want to wait? Yes, he'll be right back. Maybe while the doctor go gets his cards, I heard the question about transportation. So maybe, doctor, while you're listening, each nation has provided funding at the health centers for medical transportation. So maybe what each nation may have to do is maybe revise how medical transportation is looked at on each nation. I know some nations, I won't mention which ones, but some of them will not take the patients if they're high on drugs or something. So we're going to have to figure out how you're going to do that. Or do you provide another mode of transportation? So just think about that, and you might have to deliberate with your councils to see how you're going to do this. Yeah.
Taking on patients on weekends because you only come from Monday to Friday. What's that stuff that they give that curbs the drug addiction? So what's that?
The naloxone?
Not naloxone.
The
Like opiate-based addiction, we have Suboxone.
Suboxone.
Suboxone, yeah.
Suboxone.
What Suboxone does is.
Thank you.
Once you take Suboxone, you can take as much as you want, but you won't get high off that stuff. So it kind of just blocks the inhibitors. You get high, it's sweet, it makes you feel good. So they could do whatever they gotta do, but they'll never get high off it once you take that Suboxone. So the people, we're getting like people every Monday to Friday to go get these shots at the hospital.
The nations will look after it behind.
On the weekend, sometimes ran a problem where they won't be covered. So that's one of the issues that ran on with Suboxone. Ever heard about that?
I haven't. I have to be honest, I haven't heard about it. So.
Can you explain about Suboxone?
So Suboxone is just one of the drugs that we use, okay? And so Suboxone is a commonly prescribed drug you take every day, and it stops craving, and you can't abuse it, you can't inject it, you can't snort it. You take it orally, dissolve it under your tongue. It's normally done as a witness dose, but we can actually, as I said, we tailor it to our clients and our patients. It's there as a replacement therapy. Once you get onto that, or another replacement therapy, you don't crave drugs. Even if you took a huge hit of morphine when you're on Suboxone, guess what? It doesn't have any effect. So if I gave you Suboxone and you went and injected yourself with morphine, no effect. So therefore, what happens? The person who's addicted to the drugs will go and try and look for a drug, even because of their habit, not because they need it physically, but because of the habit. And then when they use it, they don't have any effect. Okay? And so that's why it's very successful in people stopping opiates. But we also use other medications as well, which we have tried for meth and other drugs as well. Okay? But more importantly, we help with their mental health too. Okay. And we prescribe mental health medications, and they see a psychiatrist too.
Okay, thank you. Chief had a question here, and then we'll go. I apologize, I have to.
Good morning,
follow
gentlemen.
protocols and-
I'm from Beaver Lake Nation.
So
Like you said,
Kelsey will
I'm
be next.
Jermaine Anderson. We have a treatment center, and we also have NADAP services, and we also have child, family, and social services that send the parents to treatment, right?
Okay.
So how can these programs access you?
They can call us. As soon as these patients have gone through their treatment protocol for their aftercare, they can come and see us straight away. Even before they're discharged, you set up the appointments with us, and they will be seeing us afterwards, and we'll maintain them and manage their medications and their mental health. And if we need to put them in touch with the psychiatrist, we'll arrange that too.
Okay, so these are your cards. I'll give them to the services that need you.
Yeah.
And
Well, if you explain to them what we are willing to do, say for example, post-treatment. Say, like you said, they come out of treatment, where do they go? What do they do? Before they're released or go from treatment, the people at that center would have called us and set up follow-up appointments. So then we know that they're coming, we set up, and while they're in treatment as well, if you can get them on the telehealth monitor, we'll see them while they're in treatment, right?
So, I mean, there's a few scenarios. You can have
one of these points, okay, and they may require a referral to psychiatry. Because, you pick up that there's more to the situation than just the social element, and there might be an actual underlying mental health issue. So in order to access psychiatry, you're going to need a referral by a family physician. So then that's when we can step in and help. As long as you send us a request, you arrange an appointment so that we can either see them, okay, either in person or through telehealth, so we can arrange that referral. The other possibility is they could have been already coming out of the hospital. Okay, so they've already been to a psychiatric ward, they've already seen a psychiatrist, there's a diagnosis made, but they require follow-up. Okay, and the psychiatrist is asking, do they have a family doctor that can follow up? Okay, so the psychiatrist will be able to see them once every 3 months, but in between they need somebody to follow up again, we can step in. The other possibility is they come into your services and there's an obvious addiction problem, they're addicted to X, Y, and Z. You can do the counseling part, you can do the detox part of your treatment centers, but then you're going to need the follow-up care, and again, that's where we can help as well. Okay, so whichever scenario you look at, we're there to help. You're going to need to connect us to them. So either through telehealth or if we need to see them in person, then they have to have a way of coming to us to see us.
Okay, so can I invite the gentleman and virtual one of our managers meetings?
What you can do, by all means, you can call us, we'll set up a time. As I said, this is what I said, if you call us, set us up a time, we'll meet with you either virtually, physically, we'll have a phone call. If you set up a time where you're calling my office, meet some of my girls, just say that you're calling from this place, you want to set up a time to meet, we will gladly, myself or Dr. Rudy, will have a chat with you. And then what we'll do, as I said, for each nation, we want to set up an individually tailored solution. Now, the services you have right now, Frog Lake don't have maybe, or somewhere else doesn't have. So the solution for you would be different to it would be for Frog Lake. So that's what I'm getting at. Everything will be individual. So if you call me from the nation, the Beaver Lake Cree Nation, I will then look at all of your resources, and then me and Dr. Abid will come up with a plan of action that will suit you. How everyone follows.
So thank you. So we'll go to Kelsey. Chief, you're done. Thank you. We'll go to Kelsey, and then maybe we'll do a wrap-up with Chief Desley after Kelsey, please.
Yeah, and lunch is ready too. Okay, and I have a question about, members denying, services, denying to go to services. They're a menace in our community. It affects a lot of other people. I just want to know about community treatment orders. Is it up to the families to sign that off? Because some families, because they're a lot of members deny services, right? So denied treatment, right?
Are they denied treatment or they deny treatment?
Yeah, they deny treatment. So is it up to us as leaders to sign this Section 7, or is it a family?
Okay, so community treatment orders are both the conglomerate of a psychiatrist and a judge. Okay, so it's a legal process. That's not so much a medical process.
But, our chiefs here have more power than a judge, right? So.
Yeah. So I don't know how the legal system works on it, but for as far as I know, what a community treatment order is usually, it's a legally enforced thing, right? So it's not something that I can legally enforce that without your jurisdiction, whoever's in control of it, who is the judge or whatever in that jurisdiction, or is allocated your, I don't know, who is allocated that power on the reserve. I don't know who that would be. But whoever, is that you guys or? Okay, so yes, but then that would usually a community treatment order requires a psychiatrist. Now the interesting thing with us guys now is because we have that psychiatrist on board, right? We can help try and access him. Okay, we're just working tentatively at those stages of seeing how he will work with us. But that would be something. But you can't. There's a lot of ramifications for getting a community treatment order. It's pretty difficult. You can't enforce everyone on community treatment. It's very, very difficult to get. Honestly, I'm not going to sit here. I'll put my hands up. I don't know how it works with the Indigenous and First Nations, but I know in the outside world, outside the reserve, it's not easy to get a community treatment order. It's usually enforced by a judge.
So the patient must have done something either criminally or endangered himself to a point where he present the case in front of the judge.
Yeah. So that he can't take responsibility for his own actions. That's where it becomes, and that's where we like, when we take a Form 1, like the guy burning his mattress kind of thing, and he's going to cause harm to, we can use a Form 1 to say he's not in the right state of mind to make decisions. So the community treatment order is something along those lines. So it's not very easy to get, because we have to then prove in a court of law as a physician that we took away this basic human right of this individual, because we do, to refuse medication.
So the ideal situation here, if this is something, if this is, you feel this is an option that you need to utilize.
If you feel this is an option that you need to utilize currently, I mean, like everybody is more aware of their situation. What you're going to need really is you need to have a lawyer on board. You need to have a lawyer who's kind of specializes in that area, that works with you, okay, to kind of lay out the ground is when is legally is appropriate to use that kind of situation. So they can represent the client in front of the judge, because a lot of the time what happens is these clients have underlying mental health. They're committing crimes, not because they're criminals, it's because of their mental health. But when they are presented in front of the judge is not aware of their mental health, because it's, the prosecutor is prosecuting them for a crime. The judge is not looking for the cause of the crime. All he cares about is what crime is being committed and whether the person has committed it or not. But if a different version is presented to the judge by the lawyer saying, actually, this guy has extensive mental health, rather than sending him to jail, if he's ordered to follow up with treatment, okay, there's potential for rehabilitation here, and he will no longer commit the crime. Okay, and that's how it works. And the reason it doesn't get used a lot, unfortunately, is a lot of the time people with mental health end up in front of the judge, and the judge is not aware that this guy has mental health.
And also with addictions, it's the same thing. They just say, oh, this guy's just a junkie, and then he went and he robbed this store. Yeah, well, because he has probably underlying mental health issues. He's fueling his addiction, so he goes to make a robbery. But if you put him on a community treatment order and force him to take treatment, this might actually be better for him than going to jail. So it may actually keep a lot of people out of prison.
I just want to say something real quick. I don't know what the proper solution would be to this problem, but it sounds like a good discussion around treatment facilities. Trying to achieve your own personal treatment center on a reserve is like, it's kind of like when, I can't remember who said that, but they're so accessible for people to leave the situation where they're at, and especially if they're close to living on a reserve or so what I was kind of thinking, what would be the best solution? What I was thinking is having a centralized treatment center where it's surrounded by First Nations, where people can go to, and it's more accessible in one way, where I feel like this way you can achieve, if all First Nations come together to help maybe pull together to construct this building, to use it all equally, and maybe something like that would be feasible. The other thing I was going to mention too is that I know that people that suffer with trauma in residential schools and things like that, addictions and things that happen on reserve, people that go for treatment, they go for help, they're usually going into a situation where the person that's giving them the treatment doesn't really understand what is the root issue with that person. So usually it's not, and I know even around here, my wife's taking her master's degree in counseling in that area, but she had to go to Toronto for that. It's not even around here locally. So things like that, we need to make it so it's we need to make it so it's nearby, where it's more accessible for our people to achieve these things. And like I said, man, this meth is it's growing and it's moving fast, and if we don't come up with a solution quick, it's just gonna chew away at our people, and we have to accomplish something. But good discussion here today. Thank you.
That's right. So what we'll do, doctors, you can speak, but we'll give the mic to Chief
sure.
Desley.
I was just going to say, actually, you know what? the centralized treatment option idea is one of the best ideas. Honestly, if that could be something that you guys could get off the ground, it's absolutely a great idea. And myself and Dr. Aboud, we would be comfortable and happy to provide medical supervision for you, because that's normally what the problem is for you guys to actually have something like that, is the fact that you don't, because I know at Saskatchewan at Meadow Lake, they have a fully functioning treatment center, but because no one's willing to provide medical care for it, they're not being used.
Yeah, well, give the mic to Chief Desjardins. Chief Anderson do have a facility in Beaver Lake, but I'm going to be upfront. Maybe that's the question that the doctor was talking about. Is the treatment center there approved by the federal government? I can't remember. So it's federally approved? So Beaver Lake has a federally approved center. So Chief, we'll go to Chief Desjardins, please, and then we'll, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And Stan, you want to go next? Okay. So go ahead, please.
Thanks for coming here, the two doctors. Kahari, I forgot your name there. Maybe I didn't catch it, but you know what? People, you're exactly right. First of all, my name is Chief Greg Desjardins, and you know, I feel like I'm at AA. I'm an alcoholic and a former drug addict. You know, when I went to treatment in 2004, I thought I was training those people, the counselors. That's another thing, Chief. You need to find out if your counselors are actually trained in meth, because I would guarantee they're not. And there's a reason why our facilities ain't working, because we go to a safe haven, this bubble, these treatment centers for 30 days, 45 days. You have to have an aftercare plan. I relapsed after 3 months because this voice said, you know what, you got money in your pocket, you can just go and try one more. I did. I stayed away from home and I stayed up for 2 days. And now I know my nation, I think we're treating a couple patients. I think what you need to do is you need to set up that meeting with these doctors. And what I would like to see is if we'd make a live video, if that would be allowed from you guys, and we put it on our pages on the nations. Because I just asked Karen, how are you guys promoting these guys? Because I bet you 2 of the 6 in leadership know about this, and the other 4 don't know. So we're going to schedule that meeting, and we're going to get on the same page. Because what I heard from the chief here is, I think a lot of people are at that state where they're walking up to the middle of the road, where they're saying they're going to kill themselves, where they're putting pressure on my uncle here because he looks after kids, and he's been a foster parent for many years. And does he need that? He doesn't need that at 68, 69 years old. You know, he should be able to get up and cut his grass, have his coffee, and put what channel he wants on, smudge, and play with his grandson without having to have people keep him up at 4 in the morning. So I think this is an outlet where we need to promote this, and we need to save some lives before they're burning mattresses, before they're saying they want to commit suicide, before they want to cut themselves, before they want to, I would say, hold up a home with a gun because they want something for their addiction. You know, we're at a point in time where crime has spiked. We're at a place where you can get this drug for next to dollars, and you're high for days. You know, and some people stay up for weeks, and they don't eat, they don't drink, and they start to get delusional, and they start to see things, and they start to think that people are chasing them. You know, and sometimes they're tricked to taking their own life. You know, so I think, and I thank you guys for coming. I think the next stage for Frog Lake, I think we'd like to arrange that meeting, and I'd like to do a video with you guys, because a lot of times I heard that shell. People are scared to come out because they've damaged their brain. They become schizophrenic, self-induced psychosis. And if you don't know, you'll never know. And I'm just speaking to the leadership. I know you guys know, but I'm trying to break it down through my experience because, when I talk about my past, it makes me stronger. And that's the part what people need to move forward. If you keep pushing down what's hurt or what hurt you 20, 30, 40 years ago, you're going to remain an adult with childhood trauma or even an elder with childhood trauma. So you have to be able to talk about that and let that go somehow. And our job as the Chiefs, I said that yesterday, you grab your bag of hats and you head out the door, not knowing what you're going to run into when you get to the band office, or by the time you get there, you got 2 or 3 calls or 2 or 3 situations that you have to deal with. And I think we need to find a way to advocate, like the counselor said, for a facility just like that facility off Anthony Henday. It's the remand center. It's sad that they will build a jail, but they won't have no programming. So is the government really there to help us, or are they really there just because we're industry? First Nations are a big industry. We're big money from childhood, child care, to the jail system, to the health system. So are they, and I think these doctors are going down the right avenue. It's where we need the help most, is with mental health and the addiction of meth. Because what's going to happen, and it's probably already here, there's going to be something stronger that's going to come in. It's going to be ready, available to our people, and it's going to take some lives. Is it going to get worse? It's probably going to get worse before it gets better. And you have to be ready for what's coming. And I think you have to look at the spirituality in the ceremony, and you have to give our children an identity of who they are. And we have to listen to them. Sometimes, and I see little kids, and I'm guilty of it, we give them our phone, or you give them an iPad, and you think you're doing a good job just because they're quiet. And that's what is educating, and that's what's bringing up our children right now, is these devices. So we're pushing away all the teachings that we're supposed to be teaching. Just like these elders taught us. So we really have to step back and to see where we are actually going with our world, within our communities, with our families. We had a sweat at my home. It was good to see my granddaughter in there and not even cry at 8 months. And that's when you teach them when they're small. You teach them when they're small, and you teach them that way of life, and then she can identify herself. And I want to thank you guys for coming, because I can't do it alone. My health director, we can't do it alone. And we have to give these people another trail. So we're all trying to climb this mountain sometimes we run into a dead end. Sometimes the cliff becomes narrow where you have to shimmy your feet to get around that goat trail. And sometimes there's a rock on that trail. And how do we get over it, around it? And this is what's happening to our people. When they commit suicide, the old people say their fire has gone out, meaning their spirituality is no longer there. So they choose suicide because they think that's the way, that nobody cares, that nobody listens. But there's more to that. I watched that movie, and this is I want people to understand. I watched that movie, Passion of the Christ, and I put it on when I'm home on Sundays, and I watched that because I watched this great guy who died for us get chastised and spit on and beaten. And what comes around in the back all the time is that darkness. That's Lucifer, the devil. He's around. See, and he plays tricks on our young people. I was going to say there's more to it than just losing hope. They get tricked into that there's a beautiful life if they take their life. And that darkness is working while we're sleeping, ladies and gentlemen. When we're sleeping, these young kids are up. They're drinking, they're drugging. So that's the dark side. They're working 24/7. I used to ask my father, how come we're almost losing to that darkness? He says, because it's powerful. If it was on a percentage scale, we're 51, they're 49. They're almost ready to beat us, you know? So I just want to shed some light on that and what I see and what I was taught. But I think we got to save more lives, and this is probably one of the best avenues. And I think what we should do, Cam, is we should find out how we can advocate for the treatment center in Bonnyville. How can we get an extension on that building? How can we get more program dollars on that building? Because that's the building closest to us. You know, and we should do a study on all these facilities in Alberta, because treatment center, it's not a total loss, but the people are not as trained as they should be. They don't know enough about this drug, and we should do numbers and see how many beds are available for First Nations at what cost, because it seems like when you want to get your members in there's no beds open. So in this 3 to 6 months, they relapse, and then you lose them. You know, so we have to have a game plan in how we're going to save lives and get people off this drug. You know, I have a young man missing right now in Frog Lake, 20-some days. It's probably gang-related. And it's sad that somebody's child, somebody's brother, somebody's son has to be missing. You know, so how do we combat this together as the tribal chiefs? We all have to, you know, collectively get involved, or, you know, just to support the initiative. And I thank Chief Martin for opening that door, because, you know what, we have to lock arms, lock hands, and save lives, because the old people used to talk about this hard time, and it's here. Look at me. I'm a great English speaker, but I'm shitty at my own language. You know, what I would give for my language, but that don't, I have to understand where I came from. And that's part of that generational trauma. But that time is here where we're barely hanging on to our language, barely hanging on to our ceremonies. We have all these addictions, alcohol, prescription drugs, and hard drugs. That hard time is here. You know, so I just wanted to share that much, and sorry for taking off here, so thank you.
So we'll get to one more speaker, and then I'll summarize with my recommendations, and then we'll break for lunch. And we're going to also invite both of you to stay for lunch if you can have the time for us.
I'm going to have to speak to everybody anyway.
Okay, so Council Member Stan Houle from Whitefish First Nation. Thank you.
I guess I'm glad I'm here today just to hear this information. And we talked through child welfare, our child welfare west, and with Sad Lake, and we did mention here about maybe building a wellness center in Blue Quill's a central area where we can all use. But then there's Bonnyville, maybe a plan to use the building a little better or something. But we do need a building. We do need something to do, something for this. It's growing.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to ask you, who runs Bonnyville right now?
I'm not sure.
Who's actually in charge of that?
We don't know, but we'll get back to you on that.
The reason I ask this is because
Capture that,
we
Deb.
have filled in enough of this paperwork for Bonnyville Treatment Center. We are the top 2 local addiction doctors, okay? We have no idea what goes on there. In northeast Alberta, there's 2 doctors who are specialised in addictions. The local addiction centre is the Bonneville Native Rehab Centre, and we have no idea what goes on there. No one has actually spoken to us. No one has taken the time to come out and say, hey, we're discharging these 2 people. Would you like to come and see you? We are here to help the population, and no one has used, and we've been publicising to every one of your meetings. You know, they've recognised me from the other meetings. So my question is, what actually happens there, and do we need to revolutionise what's happening there, because is it doing the job? Because we need a process. Even using the beds you have right now, are they being used wisely? Is there follow-up being arranged as these people leave? So there's one thing to ask for more spaces, but what you can do immediately is actually, like Greg just said, the people on there, what are they doing for men? What are they doing for the psychotherapy? What are they doing for when these people leave? Do we know? Have they suggested any replacement therapies? Are they working with physician supervision? Right? What's the medical input there? I have no idea, but yet I sign these forms. So one of the things, I know you're right in saying we should look at the capacity, but we should also look at actually what's going on there.
Thank you. So Stan, and then we'll...
Yeah, anyway, through with the COVID and all this, mental health's growing, anxiety's growing, you see it all over the place. The mental health is the big problem right now, and it's growing all over right now, especially with the COVID and everything. So there was some grant dollars for, like if you're gonna have conferences or stuff like that for mental health. The province just told us about a month ago. They presented to us, it wasn't big, it was like 20,000, something like that. So maybe make sure we all get our hands on there and for that. But I'm glad you're here. I set up a meeting already with our health director. Should give her a call. And if we ain't doing nothing about drugs and mental health, then we're not doing our job as leadership. It's hurting us bad, especially in your leadership. You see it. They come knocking at your door all hours of the night and looking for money, and you don't want to give them. But it's been a problem for years. My dad grew up in leadership, and I seen it in the 80s, the 90s, 2000, but it's getting worse, and it's going to get worse. But as leadership, if we don't do anything about it, try anyway, I think we're failing. But it's all over. Coal Lake, good fish is bad right now.
How many people do you have in Good Fish, by the way?
We have about 2,500 on reserve, somewhere in there, 3,000. So, but we got your number, and I'm glad you're here. And like I said, we did ask about a wellness center. We were in talks, and we needed permission from Sad Lake. We mentioned it to the chief. I guess all of us here, we needed permission at the table because we're all part owners of Blue Quills, is what I can remember. So we'll go from there, and hopefully positive things come out of this.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to wrap up this discussion. It's very super important, but we have to follow the protocols here. But I want to, just a couple of quick comments as the chair, I guess. What we'll do, doctors, respectfully, I really humbly want to thank you for coming here, and I'm going to actually present you tobacco on behalf of the chiefs because that's our protocol to keep you culturally on our radar, so to speak.
No worries, Dr. Root hates the fact that I smoke cigarettes.
Oh, you do smoke, okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to assign Dale Steinhauer to come and visit you and speak with you. And we are going to try and set up a protocol, a process, chiefs, because we have a process with diabetes. We have a process with the doctors with cardiovascular. And so why can we not do one with yourselves? We can do it, but what I'd like to do is, if at all possible, do a process of paper exercise. I really hate to do this, but we have to do it. A paper exercise where we'll maybe do an agreement with you somehow. and I'm going to action Dale to do that. And the only reason why I want to do that is now it allows us to go to Indian Affairs to start saying, hey, this is what we want to do. And
Just make sure that we always make it very clear.
Yeah.
I want to make it clear. Each individual nation
Yeah.
will have a different
Yes.
way of being.
No.
I don't want it to be, because honestly, that's where people get lost.
yeah, we heard you loud and clear. I have it in my notes. So Dale, I'm going to action him to do this. And you mentioned the individuality. Yes, what we usually do here is we do an umbrella, and within the umbrella we do a individual. So we're going to do that. You talked about transportation, the rehab facilities, and we touched on you mentioned Bonneville, which is a good thing. The chief from Kihiwan did remind me that actually Kihiwan has a vacant board position available at the Bonneville Treatment Center. So on that note, Chief, we will debate this. Maybe we'll fill that vacancy. I'm not sure how. And then we get the ball rolling that way as well. So, Chiefs, I do believe we do have some funding on the mental health side that we can access and start this process, because it's a very important process. Every nation is affected by this, and we need to action this.
So the funding for your mental health
Yeah.
and addiction together.
Yes.
Just and the funding required for something like this on your side, from our aspect, for each one, depending on distance and everything. The only things that really are going to require funding is a couple of things that I'm going to ask for is, I think Greg mentioned it as well. I want to set up an outreach team, okay, which won't be too much dollars, okay, but the thing that's really imperative is transportation.
Yeah, we captured that, because I mean, if the program is going to get bigger, I would suggest, I can see it already, you're going to need additional human resource team. So we'll figure that out together. But I really want to thank you for this presentation, because we've been asking for this for a long time. Because every nation here is affected. I come from another nation. I can tell you all the horror stories that go on as well. And here's the other thing we have to consider, Chiefs, as we progress, is we may have to somehow sort out an agreement with the RCMP, because sadly, you've seen them on video many times, they go and see this people for care reasons, and it goes sideways. So we got to be careful there to make sure we capture that. So Chiefs, we'll take a break. We're going to ask Elder Lehman to do the prayer for the food, and then we will have lunch, and we'll continue our recess. I really want to absolutely, from the bottom of our heart, thank you, both of you, for attending and speaking to us.
A quick shout out to Chief Roger, because he's the one who he facilitates everything for us, and he's been really, really helpful, because we've been working with these guys for a while, and he really does help and facilitate everything for us. So I have to give him a shout out for that, because he is actually very, very helpful and kind of always in touch with us.
On behalf of the elders, the chiefs, this tobacco is protocol to continue this discussion.
It's not my brand, but it's going to do.
We don't have much, but don't forget us, Tribal Council.
Thank you very much. You want to share this?
So thank you.
No, it's not. Okay.
So the elder's going to do a prayer for the food, and then we'll have something to eat. Thank you. So we'll reconvene in half an hour, Chiefs? Is that good? Yeah. So, transportation, but two doctors. I think it's a good segue to go forward, and I'm going to get Dale to start looking at this. At the very least, I think we can help look at the he did mention some legal side of it. We'll get that done, as well as the video perhaps, and then maybe a way forward, and maybe an umbrella process to move together, and then individuality. And then there's the issue about the medical transportation. We'll have to figure that out, maybe in your nations, because some of the nations only do Monday to Friday. So this kind of situation does not stop Monday to Friday. So there might be some friendly adjustments on your nations that your health programs have to make, and some of them might not be happy, but you know, you got to look at the wholeness and the wellness of your nations. I remember we were going to look at some facilities to start working on this, and we had looked at one place over here, but sadly I would not recommend it after that shooting. And then there was an issue with who owns that property. There was another issue. I think Councillor Hould's got a good idea there in looking at blue quills, because one of the discussions we had here was there's outstanding issues in blue quills. In other words, there was supposed to be reserve land allocated in blue quills for all the 6 nations of TCVI and Saddle Lake. That is outstanding issue, and maybe it's time to deal with that now and negotiate that, and then build your facility there, because it'll be on reserve, because that is outstanding. It is federally gazetted, if you will, that that's supposed to happen. So once that decision is made and allocated, then it's just a matter of continued negotiations to build a facility, because it'll be on reserve. So just points of consideration, chiefs. So I know when I was a chief, we were trying to negotiate building a facility for the purposes of crack and meth and all that, because there is no facility on any nation right now in Alberta that can look after those kind of people. The only one at that time was in a place in Calgary, and it was by appointments only. So who's going to get there first? The Munyao. So that's still out there, and I know we're talking about like a $20-30 million facility. It never did happen, but I guess we really need to thinking about that, and maybe Beaver Lake can start considering, maybe if they can, maybe friendly amendments to their facility to host those kind of people. Chief?
Yeah, I just got a comment, maybe everybody read that Brewer, Allen,
Oh, yeah.
they got awarded $11.8 million facility. I see Ron love and over treaty.
Rhonda's looking after Treaty 8. Yeah, there we go. We can pressure her.
Probably asked for a similar.
Yeah. Because, I mean, if they got one in Treaty 8, then there's actually what's the other facility in Bigstone? Dale went to look at. Anyways, we'll note that because they did fund Capuino, $11 million. That's Capuino First Nations, Capowan. Okay, so the pre-supports this. I'm going to go through some of these PowerPoints fairly quick for the sake of time. The TCVI supports basically. Teresa Houle manages this. She did mention there is some changes here. The numbers, as you can see, are there, but some of you have been speaking to Teresa already, because there is some changes in the program in which she can help your nations, SA clients on some programs. I think for COLEG, I think there was already some decisions rendered there to help you with some cleanup, and I think Frog Lake also had some stuff going on. So I'll cut quickly to the chase. Your client list was there. I won't get into it too much. 754 the first quarter, second quarter 1,054, third quarter 953, the fourth quarter 1,045. So basically the numbers, of course, they go up and down. Is based on people exiting in and exiting out, so to speak. And So this one here shows the data representing the total number of exits. Looks like a peace sign, but if you want to speak to Teresa on specific individual programming, please do so, because there has been changes in the system and with the COVID. So I would urge you just to get a hold of her, and there's opportunities there to better your program. There's the pre-supports program just touches on the JED, the craving, carpentry, life skills. In Cahuan, for example, in Beaver Lake, you got the work program, job experience. Coal Lake, you got the safety tickets, the JED, the fire track training, employment readiness, for example, and there was another one that the chief was going to talk to her about. Frog Lake, you got the safety training, safety and safety work procedure, small engine repair, employment skills, employability skills and trades, personal development, cultural community initiative, and Frog Lake First Nation. Heart Lake, you got safety ticket training, work experience. Whitefish, you have the employment and disability assessments, industrial cleaning training, winter works program, client transportation, safety tickets, trades preparation. And that's basically really just a quick overview. And do you want to get into that?
They've got it in there.
Okay. The budget breakdown is there. You got the caseload breakdown. And it's all on your PowerPoints. So defer to SERB and SERB. And yeah. Yeah, real quick, don't forget, during the COVID situation, some of the nation members applied for SERB, they received it, and all of a sudden ISC is saying that the SA clients cannot receive SA because they got the SERB. So we did do a letter contesting this. We have concerns and went to Jamie Brown and everybody else. We received no response yet. We did get a response from ISC, actually some underling there, and said that because they received SERB, the SA clients have to be cut off during that time. So I don't agree. Teresa doesn't agree. I would suggest to each respective nation, we cannot starve those clients. I mean, some of them probably use that money for things that they really needed to catch up on. So are we going to not give them SA for the next 3 months? I think on your own nations, you're going to have to make a decision on that. In other words, my opinion is give the clients their money and challenge the Indian Affairs on this. We can't starve them. What are we going to do? Otherwise, they're going to, who knows what will happen. That's my opinion on that. We're continuing to dialogue on that as well and raise those concerns. So on that note, Teresa had an assistant, Brittany Gadwa, and she resigned because she wants to go into finish her degree in social. So we have another vacant position there, and that will be advertised. So we need an assistant for Teresa on the social programming side. And I'm going super quick here. So that's basically it. So any questions for additional navigation of additional programs on your nations, just get a hold of her, and I'm sure it can be done. Engineering, we know through the recommendation of the chiefs, we did negotiate for an engineer going on our third year, Deb? Yeah. Going on third year now, because the chiefs felt that we need an in-house engineer to make sure we hold other engineers' feet to the fire, so to speak, so that they're not cutting corners and all that kind of stuff. And this came up as a result of, for example, some road allocations that were made in a nation, and the contractor's work was not up to code, and the deterioration of the road was immense. So things of that nature. So Bhavish's job is to make sure that he is attending your nations on anything perhaps that the nations want him to come and look at. Could be infrastructure for the road maintenance, could be water, daycares, new schools and all that, and he works hand in hand with engineers. He doesn't tell them what to do because some of you already have engineers specific to approved programs such as new schools and all that. And he's working on the water treatment plant, the wastewater treatment plant. And we have asked ISK to come and present to the chiefs on that as well, to update yourselves. And he has got Fonz Shelikins to come and speak to yourselves, just to make sure we're doing what we're asking. I did see, I think was it Frog Lake's plan? It was really what we want. The whole gamut of what we wanted in the waste treatment plant. He looks after, he goes into the nations for architectural, mechanical, and plumbing and all this other stuff. He makes sure that he looks at things and that it's up to code and all that. Just go ahead, please. Yeah. So the wastewater is the big thing right now in the waste management. Go ahead, please. So I won't get into this too much. The only thing I got him working on as extra stuff is some proposals for the TCVI building for perhaps some renovations. And he was working with Heart Lake on the bridge construction. So I don't know where that's at in terms of bidding. So I know Sheila's not here, so I can't comment too much. But he is trying to help with the bidding process of replacing that bridge in Heart Lake, for example. So I'll stop there because there's other things, but it's pretty straightforward. Ultimately, the chiefs wanted an in-house engineer, just to make sure that we keep everybody honest, I guess. And he's been doing a great job. And we'll shift to Fire Prevention and Safety Coordinator. If there's any questions, please just stop me at any time. Yeah, please, Elder.
I didn't get a blessing from my chief, but I wanted to ask a question.
Yeah.
Thanks. Back in the early 70s, Cold Lake went on strike to get a new school. I'm talking about school department here. And we couldn't get the support from our neighboring reserves, so we did it by ourselves. And at the time, we got a new school, and we're still using that same school, and it's actually in good condition for the age. But since then, our neighboring reserves have gotten 2 and 3 schools since then, and we're still in our same old school. And I'm just wondering, who and how do we apply for an updated school or a renovation or any idea? That's the question I want to ask.
Well, I'll answer that. We are, because we've already gone to school and all that, and Bruce was there and all that, through that, we never took over our own education. The federal government keeps offering, you take over your education, we'll give you X amount of money to build a school, but we are the only school in Canada that's held them to their fiduciary agreement of that school application. So we're the last one in Canada that's never signed on and took over our education.
Thank you. So, short answer, like the chief mentioned, you're still working directly with Indian Affairs. So, and then the other thing is, I guess, you should always put it in your acres report as maybe your number one, because your acres report is your template. You ask, this is what we want for this year.
We've been asking them every year.
So there you go.
Every year they come, right, Kelsey,
Yeah.
we get mad at them and we bang on table and all that.
So that's how it works, Elder. So perfect, good question, because it answers a process, I guess, if you will. In the Fire Prevention Coordinator, this one here is Don Pedleski. He's been working for you guys for over 27 years. He is your fire investigator for all the 6 nations, and this is the only tribal council that actually has a fire investigator. So not only does he do fire-related training, fire-related public relations, but he also does fire investigations. So we hope that this funding never changes, because at some point Don will be retiring after 27 plus years.
Did anybody ever try, like,
He has a few people in mind that he's been working with on donations, but in terms of it being funded, no, that has not happened yet. Yeah. But that's a good point. Maybe that's something we need to start thinking about, Deb, is ask ISK for additional dollars for mentoring. And then at some point with the mentoring will be a transition to taking over. But he has a few people that he's been working with for years that he feels could take over at some point. So I won't get into the numbers too much, but as you can see, the wildlife type fires, Deb, wildlife type fires, over 300 reported to his office, 8 vehicles, 153 house fires, and as you can see, some of them are suspected as arson, 77 fires to be exact. And he's got the list all broken down. Undetermined is 36 of them, is undetermined. So undetermined basically means it's still suspicious, but we don't know how it really happened. Banned buildings, 25 buildings, sadly. Again, 14 fires under suspected suspicious nature. Modular homes, 51 home type fires. Fatalities, the last one was in 2018. 2010, there was one in house fire with the person living in, undetermined. In 2015, there was another one. In 2018, there was one person recovered in a trailer. Those are just the numbers of, you can see how busy he is for one person. And then you got staff training. He does a lot of staff training on all the nations and makes sure all the adequate fire equipment is ordered and received. And he advocates for new fire trucks and all that. And it's something he does to make sure that the ISKs is making sure that the proper fire trucks and everything are allocated to the nations. And then the bottom one is, the last one is just the fire inspection report that he does when he goes out there. And he works with the RCMP on these things because his fire report also has to go to the RCMP because of their investigations and all that. But in essence, that's how it works. And if you want training or awareness presentations, again, he can do all that as well. Any questions so far? Good. And elders, the chiefs give you the privilege to ask questions too if you want to ask questions. That's the way we do things here. So we'll go to the policy advisory as this one here, policy advisory services, that's Henry Jansen. So Henry is basically our jack of all trades, master of none. After almost 40 years at ISK, he decided to come to the good side after he made all that mistakes on the other side. But nonetheless, he's worked with the tribal chiefs for over 11 years, going on 12 years now. And he, for a gentleman at age 73, he is sharp as a whistle and he knows his stuff. I got to give him that. But I also see, chiefs, that his health is starting to fade, and that's at some point I'm going to have to deal with Henry, and what do we do with Henry? You know, we all love the gentleman, but health also comes first, and something that I might have to start looking at for transition, I guess, if you will, at some point. So what he does in terms of his position, he helps out with the second level services for education. And we had over 20 plus educational meetings. We also had MNP engage on all aspects of education. As you recall, you have a PowerPoint in there as well. We did engage with Myris Norris Penny to review education at a holistic view because of the new process of looking at regional educational authorities. In other words, educational authorities, either collective as TCVI or individual. So MNP was contracted to do all this, and your report is in your kits. Have a look at it, and if you have any questions, by all means, raise the question. So our job there was to try and see what was the deficiencies for ISK, and what is it that they did not fund, and that they should be funding, what were they deficient on. And we did find, of course, a few things, as you recall, that they were deficient on. I'm hoping maybe in the fall time, no, not yet. We can get to it later. We can get to that, maybe a face-to-face presentation by MNP again. But one thing we learned on this one here, the very first bullet, the second level services, that was a big thing with respect to the regional services, educational services that ISC is pushing. One thing we have found out in this is they have the second level services. What ISC is suggesting to us is that we request from TCEF a invoicing process. In other words, the money comes through us, this organization, and then we flow the money out to TCEF. And I know this question has come up with some of the chiefs, how is the money being allocated to each nation? I cannot answer that question because Neil does not report in that context. What he does is he just provides an invoice to us and then we pay it. And what ISC is suggesting is that from now on that we do not pay until he provides us a detailed invoice, because that's the process of the new way of doing business on second level services. Deb, did you want to add to that, please? Your mic. And on this one here, I will be asking for a motion because of that. Yeah, right. You're supposed to add to this because you're doing the finances. Is there anything we want to add to that?
No, just that.
Yeah.
Just that was one of the things that, with the changes for second level services, TCV has to report on all of the invoices provided from the school boards on tuition and ancillary services. So because this is also now a service that is provided to the schools, we don't have invoices or any backup right now for the $1.2 million that we receive. So they suggested that we should have a motion on the books stating that we need invoices from TCEF so that we have transparency and accountability.
So there's a motion on that. Deb, do you want to read the motion on that one, please?
So what we've got is that all second level services funding received by Tribal Chiefs Ventures, Inc. and flowed to Tribal Chiefs Education Foundation be invoiced by TCEF to TCVI for accountability and transparency as per the recommendation by ISC, with the invoices identifying how the funding is budgeted and expensed per First Nation and program. Because they do the numeracy, literacy, language and culture programming at the schools.
Yeah, so we did get a call from some of the nations saying, like, we need accountability, how much money is actually going to each nation. So that's really what that was all about. So any questions or debate on that? Yeah, please, we need a motion to move that direction. So Chief Martin will make the motion, second. Chief Watchmaker will second. Questions called, all in favor? Motion carried, no nays, no abstentions, thank you. It's just the process, the second level services is, we all know, has been quite contentious. Now they're getting really definitive, because even Treaty 6 gets second level services. Now most of that money is going to each nation now, if I remember.
Well, that'd be actually better for us too, when we have our membership too, and they ask, what services do you provide? This is what the dollars came, this is what it went to, this is where they're spent.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So we go on to the other bullets. We've already presented with you some of these bullets that's been done. So I won't get into that too much. We'll go to the next one, Deb, please. So we also got Henry to work on the COVID applications. Remember, that's where we got that $100,000. And then after that, we also applied for another, I think almost $300,000. It has been received by ISK, but they haven't made a decision yet. And that monies, each nation did receive that. I think it was about 26,000 each that we gave to every nation. Or is it 23,000? COVID?
16.
Was it 16? Okay, I apologize. 16,000. We're working on a commemoration proposal for IRS and murdered and missing women. So that one, Elder Harry, we're working on that. We did put a proposal in for that, the commemoration for the IRS and murdered and missing women. That was something Mr. Stanley was working on until he left. Human rights, we did a human rights proposal. We did a human rights workshop. That's been done. Climate change proposal, we did one of those, and we're working on the policing and prosecution issues position paper as we speak. And Henry and I are working on that as well. Next one, please. The off-reserve housing, this one here, Chiefs, Elders, we did the Alberta government, the previous Alberta government had a $125 million off-reserve program, but when the NDP lost, the Conservatives cut this program to about $34 million. In this program, there was many people put in proposals, and a lot of them got denied. But our proposal is still in the queue and in the game. I think we're around $6 million, if I remember correct, Deb? Yeah. And we're still working on that, and I'm really hopeful that we do get approval. And that was to provide houses off reserve to special needs, elders, students, that sort of thing, in the local towns that are around the nations. For example, Cold Lake, Lac La Biche, St. Paul, Lloydminster, that sort of thing. So that's what that is. We put in a proposal for Corp to upgrade or renovate the facility in Edmonton. We have no responses. And of course, he does the tribal funding proposals and reports and all that. So next one. Other activities, he does all these other things that he gets ready for us for the letters and all that. For example, I got him working on a letter right now, of course on policing, but also on, it just came out in the news in the last couple days. Premier Kenny's writer, his name is Banner. Mr. Banner, he used to be the writer for Prime Minister Harper, and it has come to light, Mr. Banner did an editorial on the Indian residential schools that was very negative and damning, and that you can find on the CBC. If you Google it, you'll find it. And we are doing a letter, and of course that'll come before the chiefs for review before we even send it out. But we're calling upon the fact that he should not be working for the premier and doing his ghost writing, so to speak, because by the pen he's influencing public opinion. And if he thinks that the residential schools were not as bad as it's being set out, then what does that say? He's denying that it happened. It's like, no disrespect now, but it's almost like denying the Holocaust. And a guy like that should not be working for the premier of this province, especially in the time of TRC. The Chief Watchmaker. So yeah, so that I'm doing a letter on that as we speak, drafting one.
No, I just wanted to add. I attended the Chiefs Roundtable on Education about a month ago.
Yes.
I just wanted to add that on to the activities that are going on. But just going back to Kenny passing his Bill C1, I guess eliminating any opportunity for somebody that wants to protest against critical infrastructure or any infrastructure. We had that meeting with Minister Wilson, and he basically said it wouldn't infringe on our treaty or inherent rights. But when you really look at it, it really does. There's no way around it. If they're going to encroach into your traditional lands and you don't have any opportunity for recourse to defend your lands, for them, they see it as protesting. Us, if you flip it, you're defending your traditional lands. You're defending your lands. So going back to what Cameron was saying, if you have individuals in there influencing legislation, even reconciliation, this government, UCP government, has taken that out completely from any opportunity, even in the education system, talking about reconciliation. It's not there. They cut that funding. They cut that funding for that housing. Chief Desjardins, we were at the legislature. They announced that that funding just got chopped right down to 25 to 30 million. It used to be 120 million. And majority of our members live off reserve. So, yeah, now it's zero. There's nothing there. So, you know, this government really has an agenda. They won't be upfront about it, but I believe they do. They're trying to dwindle the way we sit as First Nations in the province. You can ask any person from any nation who the resources really belong to, and they'll tell you it's our resources that they're making their money from. And I think at some point we need to really challenge them on that.
Quick question. Have you guys met with the province this much? Have you seen ministers? Have we have in the past year? We've seen them quite a bit.
Yeah, they live, I guess.
Is that their consultation? Tell us what.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. Because, you know, this, I think it's almost like an Emergencies Act, right? At Bill C-1?
Yeah, Bill 1.
So it gives them the overarching power to do whatever they want.
Arrest, charge.
Yeah. And then I just heard that they're going to, I guess, play around with the idea of developing a civilian corps, meaning just your regular, everyday civilians can be part of the supportive services of the policing service. To me, that's scary because then these guys that own guns that are neighboring to us reserves, there's quite a few of them that own guns. And I think there might be more situations arising, like the one that just happened not far from here. And but anyways, I just wanted to mention that. But with the education, our last meeting, it was 7.5 million that was awarded to Treaty 6, 7, and 8. And we decided just to evenly distribute it to all the communities, not by population base, just evenly distributed. So that worked out to about 2,500 per student. So whatever students, and the thing is, the Frog Lake had that question, is it for current students or future students? It's only for the current students that are in school or just completed. And that was that one-time CERB funding mentioned by Trudeau. And the other one was part of that over 300 million that was for post-secondary students. That's another additional pot. So that one was pretty similar, 7-point-something million for Alberta. And it's only for the current students. But the interesting part was we had ISK on the video conferencing, Amelia. Yeah, she was on there. And on that list, they had Free Horse. They had 258 students. And so we're just saying, well, why are we gonna give money to this organization? But anyways, we ended up making the motion excluding Free Horse. So wherever those students are from, under Free Horse, where they're identified to, that funding would flow to the community rather than Free Horse. And that was the motion that was made.
Good. So point of clarity, Chief, so the money was held by YTC, Yellowhead Tribal Council. So is each nation gonna get the money directly to them so they know what to do with the money? Or is it, because for the purpose of TCVI, we don't have a college like YTC.
Yeah.
So was the money gonna flow to each nation?
It's to the funding holder. So I would assume it would have been TCV because,
No, we don't get it.
or if whoever has the agreement, I think, with that funding. Yeah. Yeah.
So
it
for
would
treaty,
be,
for TCVI, it'd be the First Nation, correct? Okay, so if you get a check, is that gonna be from YTC?
I believe so. They're the ones holding it.
So if you get a check, that's, that's for your post-secondary students, chiefs.
Yeah. And so there was 2 pots, worked out to 2,500 per student. So like I said, how many students you had going currently in school, that would be times 2,500. And there's another meeting scheduled July 7th. What we said, there would be still a Chiefs roundtable, but we're also going to have a technician table developed. They're saying maybe from each region, so I'm thinking tribal chiefs. So I was bringing that back. Maybe we could discuss it further in our next meeting.
Sure, you got that, Deb?
And find somebody to sit there for us at the technical level.
Okay,
So I just wanted to mention that.
Probably Henry. Yeah, thank you, Chief. So good points. So real quick, what Chief referenced was Bill 1. And Bill 1, we did do a lobbying or advocacy letter that we were concerned about it because it breaches treaty rights. And what the Chief mentioned is correct. For example, right out here in Coal Lake, you could have one of your oil companies on Crown land has a fence. So as soon as our people open that fence and go on the other side of the fence, they could be charged under Bill 1 for trespassing on Crown land because they opened that gate. And that's a total adverse situation with respect to our treaties. What if the person's going in to go hunt rabbits or moose or gathering herbs or medicines or berries or even fishing? You're going to get charged under Bill S1. So we did a letter saying we're opposed it, and it's good to see that the AFN also, the region, did ask for a legal opinion, and it does state here that it does appear to contravene provisions of the Constitution and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in Section 35. So we are on the right path, absolutely. And the other one is that letter that we're drafting is the guy, if you want to Google it, the guy's name is Paul Bunner, Bunner. He's the one that wrote that really negative letter towards Indian residential schools saying it didn't happen. So those we're doing, and we also did one on policing, and that was in support of Chief Alan Adam, but also to further state that to the Minister Blair and Minister Miller and Premier Kenny that we would like to start looking at our own police service, meaning a tribal chiefs police service as opposed to the RCMP. So that has been acknowledged, and I did actually speak to the national chief this last week, as a matter of fact. He did call me, reach out to me, because they have received the letter, and he did state Minister Blair has officially recognized, and he will be stating in public domain at some point, that First Nations police services will be now considered essential service, which is huge. So once we get that ball rolling, then it's the next process is starting to look at our own police services. So Stan, you had a question, please.
Did we issue anything for the family that lost the 2 statement or anything? I see on Facebook that they were looking for support to hunters that who passed away.
Oh, yeah, we did not, and it's a good point.
We should do something on that. I did see, because they made another arrest just last week.
They arrested the father because they saw him shooting the people.
On Facebook, they said they're looking for support and stuff like that. So the Métis Assembly did. Chief of Sad Lake made a little public statement at the time, I think we should issue something. It's all going to lock gate, it's all going to trespassing. So I haven't seen it coming up.
It's really scary, it's like Chief Watchmaker said, not only is it, are people going to get charged for trespassing on Crown land, but not only that, if they have this additional, I hate to say this, I don't want to use these words in public, but you know what I mean, these people with guns that are civilians, they're going to target our people. And I don't like it. But the point on that, thank you for bringing that up. I did not see that, but if the Chiefs want, we will do a letter of support. We'll draft one up, Deb, to support the 2 hunters that lost their lives just not too far from here, sadly, and then the 2 individuals got charged. I feel very strongly they should also be charged with hate crimes, in my view. And that's what I like to put in the letter. Because just because they were hunting there, they got shot. What caused it? I mean, it's a hate crime. I don't like it. Okay, so we'll do that. And can you help us with the information found?
Yeah, I see it on.
Because I'm not on Facebook, so I don't see that.
Yeah, same here, I don't have Facebook, so.
So if you can help us with that, Stan, I'd appreciate it. And we'll start drafting the letter and have it ready for you for the next meeting, Deb. Can be done.
How the military had no policemen when they're in our area. When we go to the base, we gotta abide by their rules, but when they come to town, they can't go. And they're almost like their own little community, like they are their own little community. Like, so I'm always using that concept of what would make them different than us if we're to use our own reserve police. And like the MPs go to town, they abide by the RCMP's rules, their jurisdiction. But when you go to theirs, they have more say, almost like a ritual call. So there's no reason why we can't enact our own first Treaty 6.
I work with the military police in Chihuahua, BC. As soon as you go to the military base, their authority is ultimate. The only time they don't have ultimacy is when, let's say, if they cause a crime off base, then the RCMP takes over. So, and the CN Railroad Police also have the same authority as the military police. Point is, on federal lands, Chief, we should be ultimately the authority of our lands. That means our own police service.
Gun laws have changed, so all the restricted guns that were so-called semi-automatics all out of ban. So overnight, 2.3 million people became criminals like that. But First Nations were exempt to the laws. So if we have weapons like that, we're actually exempted from that law because we use them for our hunt, right? So to speak. But
and if this paramilitary organization doesn't know that when our people are hunting somewhere, the situation could escalate because they don't understand these laws. Those are good points. So thank you. So those interventions are happening, and we'll prepare them as we speak. So I won't get into the MNP report too much because this is self-explanatory. The bottom line is the report. Everybody received a copy of the report. Everybody knows what your deficiencies are relative to what ISC is giving you or not giving you. You have all that information before you. That's for you to maybe perhaps use it for Acres report or negotiations or requesting schools, for example. So that information you do have. And we're also doing additional stuff with respect to busing and all that. So that's continuing, and you will get the final report soon. Deb? In a nutshell, I think that's it. So we'll go to the administrative section of the presentation. Just keeping the time in mind. So on the administrative side, shifting gears, chiefs, elders, TCVI at one time had, as we did not have legal counsel, it was hired as needed. And we had a gentleman, Ian Bailey, that we were using, but sadly, his work became somewhat deficient. We had some policy amendments and all this that we went through an exercise, and we never did get anything back from him, and then we had some issues on our federal and provincial organizations that were at risk because he did not file the documents that we had requested him to do. And it put the organization in jeopardy, so therefore we did review, we did present the chiefs with the lawyers, MLT, and we did decide to go with Colleen Verville, Michael Clark, and Rob Black. So anything legal, we go to MLT, and the lead lawyer for the Tribal Council is Colleen Verville. And she provides us good information. She's been over 20 years as a Indigenous lawyer, but just recently, in about 2 weeks ago, about a month ago perhaps, she has been appointed as a Queen's Counsel as well now. So it's great to see that. So she is now officially Queen's Counsel as well. And she is the one, I think, that also did the legal opinion for AFN Regional Chief. So vehicles, real quick, we have 5 vehicles, and you all know where they're at. That does not include each vehicle we sent to each nation under the Jordan's Principle. 5 vehicles, there's 3 in St. Paul and 2 in Edmonton. These were purchased, yeah, now. It's almost like a pilot project now.
If that doesn't look in the vehicles next time, maybe Coal Lake actually, in conjunction with Seven Lakes and all that, they offer employee financing for their dealerships, so they give them a discount rate. So now it's either Dodge, Coal Lake Dodge, I don't know what it's called, but Chef does it, and the Dodge dealership, and they offer employee financing. Just, and for fleet vehicles or whatever, they always look at give you guys the best deals because of our businesses. That's one option you guys can look at in the future.
Okay, noted. Thank you, Chief. So we'll look at that. There's not much to say about this. It's just trying to, because all the staff we have, everybody travels, so everybody automatically charges mileage on the personal vehicles. And what I've noticed is it's actually more expensive doing business that way, believe it or not. So there's not much more to say there, I think, Deb. Building upgrades, as you all know, we have upgraded both buildings. We did interior in Edmonton, the new flooring, electrical updates and all that. And on the St. Paul office, we did the large boardroom update, the kitchen and everything downstairs. We updated so this boardroom is open for all nations to use, and it's upgraded to a professional standard. And we included even new air conditioner because we have some lease holders there. They were complaining it was too hot in there, so we had to upgrade it after 25 years. So the air conditioner there was going anyway, so we had to replace it at some point. So we all know, with respect to the buildings, we did renegotiate the mortgage through the motions and through the chiefs. So yeah, please, yeah. So on that one, we renegotiated the mortgage. That has been completed, and it's now at 4% over 20 years amortization. So the previous one was at 8% over 25 years. So by doing that, you have immensely cut down some costs, which allows us to maybe perhaps start the renos on the outside. For example, the siding there is starting to rot. So we put in some proposals on that. We have not received no answer. But in terms of capacity, we are at 100% capacity. So it's doing good. Chief?
Beneficial to being there, or would it help if we took them down and opened up the actually the view to the building.
We inquired about that, but those trees don't belong to us.
I think those trees are actually considered on city property.
Yeah.
So we would have to request to have those taken down. We have pruned them up so that the visibility is better.
But let's look at that, Deb. We'll do a letter saying that we want them down. Get the squirrels out of there. Too many squirrels.
And the coyotes and the rabbits.
I think it would maybe stand out more, right?
Yeah.
Tight behind the trees.
No, believe it or not, there's always some rabbits there, and the coyote shows up once in a while and chases the rabbits, eh? And the squirrels in the city. It's just true. Yeah. So basically, that's what we've done here. So it's basically this is a cohesive investment by the Six Nations, and basically this is your property. The one in St. Paul is your property as well, collectively. Any comments, Deb? Moya? I think that's it on the.
St. Paul is paid off, right?
Paid off. Yeah, you own it outright. It's worth about 2.5 million, isn't it?
I wish.
No, it was. Sorry. How much was it? I thought it was.
Oh, in my dreams, I wish it was. It's about 400,000.
Oh, sorry about that. 2.5 is the other building. That's what we owed. So the one in St. Paul is worth about
It's around 400.
1,000.
Ish.
She would know. She made the deal with Dave. So
Yes, yes. I think the tax rate right now has it listed at 300 and some thousand dollars.
But you
probably sell it for 400,000 US, so. Just a thought. I bet you want to, but that's your business.
So we'll go to the. Is there anything else, Deb, that I missed out?
No, I think you got everything.
So you want to go to the financials then?
Oh, no, you were going to do the C92 and get that motion for the.
Oh, sorry about that. One more order of business, then we'll go to Deb and the audit. Yesterday on Bill C92, we had, I think, some very good presentations. But there was a question on the TCVI Child and Family Ad Hoc Committee Charter. That's this document here. You had that in your kits yesterday. And what Chief Anderson would like is a friendly amendment to the charter. If I'm correct, Chief Anderson? Because in there, and this is something that was drafted by technician Teresa Hool, and it's I'm remiss on this, so I apologize, but I thought we were just following numbers in terms of process with Child Welfare East, Child Welfare West, and Coal Lake. But to be fair, I guess if we're going to do an ad hoc committee and to review Bill C-90 holistically, everybody should have 2 reps on the committee. So that was the friendly amendment asked by Chief Anderson. Doesn't matter size. I think we're all one cohesive group. So that was the friendly ask there. And I guess basically it's the motion would be to approve the TCVI Child Welfare Child and Family Ad Hoc Committee Charter, and further motion that the charter be approved as presented with the following changes and additions: that there will be 2 reps from each nation and the CEO. That's it. So a total of 13. So we got 2 from each nation and myself. That would be 13 on the ad hoc committee. So Coal Lake would get 2, Heart Lake, everybody gets 2. I think that's fair. It doesn't matter. Yeah. On that note, so that's the motion, and the question is asked: who would be on that ad hoc committee? That would be your decision. Yes. Chief and Council sits down, makes a decision. You might want somebody from East, West, for example, or in the case of Coal Lake, you might want your lady that was sitting here. I can't remember her name. Leona, and then you might want to put an elder or a council member. That's your decision. So if you want to put an elder, if you want to put an existing child welfare worker, if you want to put a council member in there, that would be your decision. And I was hoping On that note, if we can get names, I'm hoping by August, if at all possible, please. Maybe August 6th. That gives a lot of time for, that would allow us to start doing the work maybe by September. But let's deal with the motion first. For that was the motion to friendly amendment on that. So I'm looking for a motion to approve, motion this. Chief Martin will make the motion. Second, Chief Greg. Questions called. All in favor? Motion's carried. I know Stan left the room, but you still have quorum. We'll explain it to him. That's it on that note. So we'll get that rolling there. And I know there was some questions there yesterday, but we're not trying to be in an adversarial position. It just is we're trying to present the best case possible for all of you. Because under Section 35, you have the ultimate authority. That's it, meaning the chiefs. That was always the missing piece. Maybe the way it might end up being set up is maybe you set up one umbrella, and the chiefs would be the shareholders. So at an AGA, just like this, you are a shareholder, you make the final decision and say of what is going to happen with respect to that or multiple organizations. That'll be up to you. Now, the point is, you, the chief and councils, are the ultimate authority. That's the point.
I just want to make a comment. If that goes to signing off for adoptions, we're giving that authority, because it seems like it should be actually, I think, the director or the board of the day, because you know what's happening are these lawsuits that are going on. You know, I think these kids can come back and sue us. So we should probably be looking at stopping all adoptions to out of the province, or you know, start looking at just even the PGO. That's hard. That's saying that we don't believe the parents can change. That when the kids are 3 and 4 and you give permanent guardian ordership to a family, you're saying that this couple can't change. That's what I see. So that's why we have to have a plan, and like what Kawasis is doing, they have that elders committee, and we got to integrate ceremony, and that's where is the missing link. Is we have to have ceremony integrated into our child welfare systems, or we ain't gonna grow. We ain't gonna bring our children home, because it's that identity. And like what I was saying yesterday, and it was verified from the chief from Kawasis, these children were learning a different language. Mm-hmm. And that's a big part of it. It's going to take each community and each organization to really move this file and bring our children home. Mm. And another thing we should look at doing is sitting with Alberta Health and FNIB, because housing could be a health issue, and it is, because of the lack of housing. Like, you could take how much we get allocated for each reserve. It's 200,000, maybe 190, whatever, depending on the size. Then you add and you hire a director and an EA, you ate up half your budget. Mm. Then that allows you to change some doorknobs and maybe the odd door that gets booted in. You know, so I think we should move in that direction. But I think this committee needs to go in that direction, and we need to figure out how the chiefs become involved, because there is a meeting today in Edmonton, and we're sitting here, and even the $1 million reno, me and the chief talked about it in Kihiwan, we don't know what's going on. And it's true what Teresa said, it's only when there's turmoil can you guys help, you know? So we want to get away from that and be involved. It's not that we are dictators. I think we have a vision as well. We're both ceremonial chiefs. I could say that. And I think that we know what it's done for us and our families. That's how it's going to help our people. Because if you don't have your mind, body, and spirit working together, you're off balance. You know, and that's what we have to do for our children that are in care,
and our families, we have to really step it up and come to this solution, or heading towards a solution. And one more thing I want to say about Cowassis and about the 14, the aging out girls, they're working on their future mothers. I was saying, wow, that's a great age, that they're working on. I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, it's good points, Chief. 2 points to really got to think about. Again, we're not trying to be adversarial, but at the same time, you as chiefs want some control. You're not trying to be dictators, but you want some control, because right now you don't have it. Because multi-million-dollar decisions are being made, you're not in the room. No disrespect now, but we didn't even know that they're having a meeting, and we've never been invited, even as guests, to sit in the gallery. So that hasn't happened. And you are right, one thing that there is a oversight is adoptions. The chiefs have to sign off. It's not the agency, it's the chiefs. So if something happens to that child, liability rests right here. So you got to think about that. It's not the agency, it's well, they will have, through virtue of legal process, they'll be named, but ultimately it's the chief that has to take the brunt of any litigation should a child maybe die in care, for example. And I hate to use those words, and I never want to see that happen. But if it does happen, you're the one that's going to be sitting there being briefed by a lawyer, not necessarily them. So, I mean, so that's what it was. So thank you, Chief. So, Deb, are you ready? You good, Chief Anderson? You good? Okay. So this is the second last piece, and then we'll get down to the final business. And I think we're doing okay for time. 2 o'clock. So,
Mine will take 1 minute.
Oh, go ahead.
So, Chiefs, I did put in 3 pages of the financial statement. I just wanted to let you know that those are in draft form only. The audit, due to the pandemic, occurred 3-ish weeks later than it normally does. So Barb scrambled to put those numbers together for me. So these are not written in stone yet. She is hoping to have the final document prepared for July 20th. So depending on your schedule for summer meetings, it will be tabled at one of the meetings then. ISC has given approval for late submissions, so I am going to send in to Clint, our FSO, that we are working on it, but it will not be submitted by July 29th, most likely. So.
In some nations, you're probably having the same issue anyways because of COVID. That your audits might be a little bit late, but you should not be penalized. So, did you want to?
Yeah, so therefore, the auditor's report, the management letter, and appointment of the auditor would occur at the time that the total audit is tabled with you.
Yeah, so bottom line is the audit is not quite ready yet because we had a late start.
In August, we can
Yeah.
make a motion, review, make a motion.
Yes, yeah. So that, so usually audits for chiefs, ISC always likes it by the end of July. But because of the COVID, you've been given some time. But with ours, we'll only be a couple of days over, if anything. So we're proposing that we will present it August 6th. For the summer schedule, we are proposing July 2nd and August 6th. So we'll have a bit of a recess there. Any comments? If not, I will go to the next phase of our process. Good? I think we should defer it until we get the audit done. Yeah. Good? The auditor.
Oh, yeah.
Everything, yeah. I guess yesterday when Malcolm was talking, we should have, when his dog was barking, is that the best you could do? We should have told him. In other words, he was the barker, but where's the substance here? Where's Jamie? Yeah. That's quite funny. When his dog started barking. So, anyways, Chiefs, we'll get down to the closing of our agenda. So you all know that I have to read now. That I have to read this. 3-year process of TCVI. The process is that every year you rotate. You rotate every year. So Chair Greg Digely has fulfilled his obligation for this year, and as well as the Vice Chair and Chair. So I have to read things in the next process. Before I read it, I'll mention the names first. So according to the tribal charter, Tribal Chiefs Ventures Inc. charter, the chairperson is to rotate to Chief Roger Martin of Cold Lake, Vice Chairperson Chief Vernon Watchmaker of Kehewan, Secretary Treasurer Jermaine Anderson of Beaver Lake Cree Nation. So I have to read the resolutions if I could, Chiefs. I'll read this first, and then we'll we'll do the debates. So the resolution in writing and minutes of the annual ordinary general meeting of the members of Tribal Chiefs Ventures, Inc., held at the Courtyard Marriott Hotel, Cold Lake, First Nations, Cold Lake, Alberta, on the 25th day of June, 2020, at the hour, which is pretty good here, Deb, 2:30 o'clock in the afternoon, but it's more like 2:20, but not bad. You're pretty good, Chiefs. Present, I've got Chief Jermaine Anderson, Chief Greg Digely, Chief Vernon Watchmaker, Chief Roger Martin, Proxy Chief Stan Houle. In absence is Sheila Munoz is absent. All members by their representative or representatives proxies of the corporation being present formally notice calling the meeting as dispensed with and the meeting declared to be regularly called. The president took the chair and the secretary of the corporation placed before the members at the statement required under section 171 sub 2 for the Non-for-Profit Corporations Act. The secretary read the report of the corporation's accounts for the past year, and some discussion was approved. Second, and unanimously carried by the same, approved and adopted. Upon a motion duly made, seconded, and unanimously carried, it was resolved that all acts, contracts, resolutions, proceedings, appointments, elections, and payments made, done, and taken by the directors and officers of the corporation since the last meeting of the members be and the same are hereby approved, ratified, and confirmed. Lots of legal jargon, I apologize, Chiefs. Upon a motion duly made, seconded, and unanimously carried, the following board members, each being duly elected chief of their nation, were elected as directors of the corporation for the ensuing year or until replaced. Chief Jermaine Anderson, Chief Greg Digely, Chief Vernon Watchmaker, Chief Roger Martin, Chief Curtis Munoz, Chief Tom Houle. Upon a motion duly made, seconded, and unanimously carried, it was resolved that the officers of the corporation for the ensuing year until such time as their successors are appointed to be appointed as follows, and that's where I did mention chairperson will be Chief Roger Martin, Vice Chair, Chief Vernon Watchmaker, Treasurer, Secretary, Treasurer, Jermaine Anderson. It goes on saying upon, but I'll stop there because I can't go any further, I think, until we have some discussion on that one. This part here, Deb, I can't go there until we straighten this out.
No.
Yeah. So according to the rules of your charter, Chiefs, that's how the rotation is supposed to happen. So I don't know if you want some discussions, debate on this and thoughts, because maybe I'll ask Chief Rogers to speak first.
With me, why I would be good at this position because I probably wouldn't attend a lot of the meetings. So my absence would be always felt, and my presence is always there, so that I would, with always with respect, I like to decline that position and leave it for maybe Vern or somebody who would be better in the spotlight and a better public speaker than I am. But I would still be on, if I could switch the chairperson around, maybe I'd still be on the board, like, you know what I mean? Like something like that, do something like that.
So according to the charter, I'm supposed to say this now, but go ahead, sorry. Where's the mic?
I want to know, do you hear me? Since he doesn't want, yeah, okay. Could he proxy one of his counselors?
You could, but ideally it's always a chief
Stays
that
in Cold Lake.
does the chair.
Because we're next, right?
Yes. Or the other option is you rotate.
Hmm?
The other option is you rotate because you're next in line.
Oh, so it's,
Hate to say that, but I'm being honest with you.
so does that mean I go 2 years now? No.
Chiefs? Yeah. Yeah. Where's that other scenario, Deb? Oh. Yeah. 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 Just real quick, according to the charter, the way it's supposed to rotate, if that doesn't occur, was supposed to be, next was supposed to be Chief Jermaine Anderson as the chair. Vice chair would go to Greg, and secretary treasurer is Tom Houle. That's the way the charter reads, but if you want to debate and you want to make your decision motions, well, that's subject to your decision. Who do you want to be the chair? So would you accept the chair position? Then the rotation will have to change a little bit the next time, so we'll figure that out, I guess, Deb. Yeah.
So then it would be, Chief Watchmaker would be the chair, you'd be the vice chair? You would just switch positions? Is that what you're
Do you
asking?
want to write that down? Not on this one. Well, this one. You changed this one, right?
I'll just write it down.
Okay. So basically, it's a switch from chair to vice chair. And Jermaine, Chief Jermaine, you want to stay as the secretary then? Is that okay with the chiefs?
Secretary or treasurer?
Both. That's the way it reads. Yeah.
So if this happens, 1 year goes by, and Jermaine would become.
Yeah, the rotation is going to switch. Yeah. Yeah, so that's how it works. Yeah. So the way it would read is there's a motion, I guess I have to be, for the minute, I have to be very clear. The offer was presented to Chief Roger Martin, and Chief Roger Martin humbly declined, and he's offered to be, give the position, he nominates Chief Vernon Watchmaker of Cahiwan as chair for 2021, 2021. And vice chair would be Chief Roger Martin, and secretary treasurer will be Chief Jermaine Anderson. So the only change is from chair to vice. That would be the motion, chiefs. Is that clear? Second by Proxy Chief Stan Houle. I jumped the gun, Chief. That's kidding. Question? Questions called by Chief Anderson. All in favor? Second, there's Proxy Chief Stan Houle. It's moved by Chief Roger Martin. You got it? Chief Roger Martin, second by Proxy Chief Stan Houle. Question by Chief Anderson. So I now put it to a vote. All in favor? Abstentions, you would have to abstain. Chief Watchmaker abstains. So motion carried, no nays. So there you have it. So you have, for this year, you have a new chairperson, Chief Vernon Watchmaker of Cahiwan, Vice Chair, Chief Roger Martin from Cold Lake, Secretary Treasury, Chief Jermaine Anderson from Beaver Lake First Nation. So that is the order of business. And I want to thank Chief Greg Dejoly for his excellent work as the chair. And you're still obviously part of the team. And I know you have work to do coming up, very busy. I know some of you have elections, so we don't want to pressure you too much. So I won't get into that too much, but anyways. So I want to thank you, and I know that that will be your new executive for this year. Don't be hesitant. You lean on me and Deb, and we help you through the process. Thank you, Greg, for your excellent work. And don't forget, come January, there will be another discussion here as who's going to be the Grand Chief. That's going to have to come up as well. So that one is going to be interesting as well. And not to pressure people, but you know what happens sometimes there. So, but if we have the lead there, obviously there's going to be additional work for one of you. So that's going to happen. So be ready over there. We're looking like this already. Yeah. 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 So I think that's it, Deb.
Yeah, unless Chief additional.
Chief Greg, do you have any closing comments for your tenure? And then Chief Watchmaker. Don't worry, still got check signing. July 2nd. Okay, real quick, I guess, July 2nd, you still want that virtual? You still want the next two virtual? August 6th, I think we have to have face-to-face because of the audit. But July 2nd could be, yeah, call in. Good?
Are they adverse to Teams? Because I do have them set up on a Teams.
Oh, you still can do that? Yeah. Oh, okay. Deb says we can still have a virtual, but it'd be a team meeting, like on that thing there. Still do that. So we'll do that for the summer months, and then September, the Chiefs will have to make a decision.
So July 2nd and August 6th?
August 6th. July 2nd, August 6th, yep. And be both virtual, the 10 o'clock, 10 till noon, because of the situation. Good. So Chief?
Yeah, I just wanted to, first of all, start off by thanking the Creator for giving us the life that He's given us. And I want to thank the elders for sticking it out and supporting us here today, and also the team, TCVI, and also the gentleman over here helping us with the audio. I want to thank, for the opportunity I had to be the board chair. I think it teaches you a lot, and it puts some pressure on you as well, but it helps you grow as a person. I want to thank Chief Martin for being honest. I think that's important. I think that's important as the Six Nations were strong. But it even makes us more stronger when you can be honest and upfront and say, you got too much going on out here in Cold Lake. And being upfront and saying that your absenteeism would hurt us. I like that. I wanted to share that, and I want to say, to Chief Watchmaker, and to the new Board of Governors, is that we're all a team, and we all sometimes don't agree, but I like it. We're able to hug and shake hands at the end of the meeting, and we leave it at the boardroom level. I think it's important that we're able to be open, honest, and truthful to each other, and we're stronger that way. One nation will never do it alone. Sometimes you think you can because of differences, but as six, we're stronger, and I like that about us. And I wanted to thank, Cam and Deb for their work. And also for the elders again, for their prayers and their guidance. I think, they mean so much to us. They're like an encyclopedia of knowledge that we shouldn't be shy to utilize. And I'm looking forward to the retreat.
Oh, that's a good point on that. We already paid for the airline tickets. It was already done. And we were suggested by the airline, it was suggested by the airline and then seconded by one of the chiefs here that we should look at Hawaii, I think, if I remember correct. Because it's already paid for, the flights are already paid for, Chief. And Hawaii is available for flights, by the way. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Cam and Deb for their hard work, all our technicians that do their hard work.
Yeah.
It's good to come to the meetings and share our nation initiatives and work we're doing, and then finding all those commonalities to reassure ourselves where we come from, that support from our elders that are attending our meetings, very important. But there's a lot of things, we've talked about many things here today. There's a lot of hard work ahead of us. But like Chief Greg was saying, if we work together, most of it will be achievable to get things done. I think we have a lot of commonalities, you know, but when you really think about it, we have a lot of relations amongst our nations. A lot of people are related. And look forward to the work. And I see a lot of good things happening. If we hold a ceremony and our beliefs close to our hearts, our minds, we'll achieve a lot of things. I'd like to thank the honesty of Chief Martin, also Chief Jermaine. I think we all get along pretty well. Stan has been there for quite a bit, proxying for Chief Hool. But I think we have a lot of things to look forward to, a lot of work. I just want to wish everybody safe travels home. And then we had a good couple days meeting, and we have a lot of work ahead of us, and that's about it. Hi.
Hi, Austin. Thank you. Thank you, Chiefs, for your dedication. And I want to thank the elders for their interventions. That's awesome. So we will ask the elder from Coal Lake, Elder Mitchell. Yeah, please. Can we?
We still keep the historical stories.
Can you use the closing prayer? Can you do the closing prayer?
The main topic that I'm trying to talk about, the environment. Every year they spray chemicals along the road, and it's harming the insects, the birds, rabbits, and I always wonder if somebody could say something on, because I guess it's damaging Mother Earth. And I'll give you one example. In the history, we had, today we have good chiefs, powerful chiefs. In the past, we have powerful chiefs. And this one chief was pitied by the mosquito. He was very powerful. And we think the mosquitoes are small, but in heaven there's large mosquitoes. They're very powerful. That's the way life is, and these are stories that I pass on to you, and that's why sometimes they make this mosquito mad, and mosquito has to defend itself. He's here to look after us, and also the insects. So what they're going against is abuse, chemicals, pesticides. And all of us were connected to the animals, insects. And they try to get rid of us too at the same time. But anyways, that's just a fact that I'm letting you know.
Awesome, thank you. So with that, host elder, if we can do the closing prayer from the host elder, please. Awesome.
First of all, I want to
No, that's okay.
acknowledge everybody that's been here the last 2 days. This is different for me. I haven't been to one of these that I can recall, and it's been, I really appreciate my chief for asking me to join in the last 2 days. So with that, Heavenly Father, we praise you and honor you. And we thank you for the many blessings you bestowed upon us today and all our lives. As we get ready to leave for home and go our separate ways, we ask that you be with us in our journey home. Help us keep safe and bless all of us who have to travel many miles home. Thank you. Hey, hey, Masicha.
So with that, Chief's motion to adjourn the meeting. Chief Greg, second. Chief Martin, question. All in favor? Yay? Here. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, elders. Masicho. Deb, come with me. Don't, elders, chiefs don't leave yet.